Nutrients for your body simply and quickly explained. Discover the power of nutrients and revolutionize your health with Michael Waldberg's new nutrient therapy cure. This comprehensive work offers you a unique guide for the targeted use of vitamins, minerals, and trace elements. From A to Z, learn how you can sustainably strengthen your health through a balanced nutrient intake and naturally relieve everyday ailments. Waldberg vividly explained which nutrients, in which form and dosage, are crucial for your body, with valuable tips on proper use and practical recommendations for a customized regimen. The book offers a clear, easy to understand introduction. Whether you want to boost your energy, support your immune system, or improve your skin and hair texture, this guide is the key to a vital life. Be inspired by the new nutrient therapy cure and start your personal health journey today. For anyone who wants to learn more about the importance of micronutrients for their health. Vitamin A. What is vitamin A? Vitamin A is a fat-soluble vitamin found in various forms in many foods. It plays an important role in maintaining vision, the immune system, and skin health. In this article, we will explore the various aspects of vitamin A, including its functions in the body, its dietary sources, and its potential side effects. Functions of vitamin A in the body. Vitamin A is an important nutrient for the body. It plays a key role in regulating the immune system, the perception of light, and maintaining the health of the skin and mucous membranes. One of the most important functions of vitamin A is to support vision. This is because vitamin A is a component of the visual purple pigment rhodopsin, which is found in the rod cells of the retina. Rhodopsin is a light-sensitive pigment that regulates the eye's ability to adapt to different lighting conditions. When light hits the rod cells, the rhodopsin is broken down, resulting in the release of signals that are transmitted to the brain. Adequate vitamin A intake is essential to ensure normal vision. Vitamin A is also important for the health of the skin and mucous membranes. It supports the production of keratin, a protein found in the skin, hair, and nails. Furthermore, vitamin A supports the production of mucous membranes, which perform important barrier functions in the body. A vitamin A deficiency can lead to dry skin, dandruff, and reduced resistance to infections. Adequate vitamin A intake is also important for the immune system. Vitamin A supports the production of white blood cells, which play an important role in fighting infections. It is also involved in the production of antibodies that protect the body from pathogens. Sources of vitamin A in the diet. There are two forms of vitamin A found in foods: retinol and carotenoids. Retinol is the active form of vitamin A, which the body can use directly. Carotenoids are precursors of vitamin A that the body can convert into retinol. The best sources of retinol are animal products such as liver, egg yolks, butter, and dairy products. Carotenoids are found in plant foods such as carrots, sweet potatoes, spinach, kale, and broccoli. Carotenoids are generally most abundant in orange, yellow, and green vegetables. Vitamin A deficiency. The eye vitamin. Symptoms of a vitamin A deficiency: acne, breathing difficulties and anemia, growth disorders in children, weakened immune system, hair loss, frequent throat and chest infections, fatigue, lack of concentration, loss of performance, vision problems, problems with the mucous membranes, dizziness, dry eyes, thickened, dry conjunctiva, dry skin, nausea, unevenness, slight skin pimples on the upper arms, hornification of the mucous membranes in the respiratory, digestive and urinary tracts, reduced sense of smell and olfactory disorders, important for the health of bones, cartilage and teeth. Dosage. If you experience a deficiency, you should see a doctor and have a blood test done. The recommended daily intake of vitamin A varies depending on age and gender. For adults, the recommended daily intake of vitamin A is approximately 900 micrograms (mcg) for men and 700 micrograms for women. Pregnant women need approximately 770 micrograms per day, while breastfeeding women require a higher dose of 1,300 micrograms. It's important to note that excessive intake of vitamin A from animal products can lead to toxicity. This toxicity typically only occurs when high doses of retinol are taken over a long period of time. Excessive intake of carotenoids from plant sources does not typically lead to toxicity. To avoid overdose, do not exceed the recommended daily dose. If you take a supplement, carefully read and follow the dosage recommendations on the packaging. If you are unsure whether you are getting enough vitamin A or whether you need a supplement, you should consult a doctor or nutritionist. They can evaluate your diet and provide recommendations for the appropriate vitamin A dosage. Which foods contain vitamin A? Apricots, avocado, fish, meat, pork liver, high value 36 mg, liver dumplings, chicken liver, carrot only 1 mg, cheese, milk, nuts, olive oil, red, yellow vegetables, spinach, kale, carrots, pumpkins. Which herbs contain vitamin A? Basil, dill, cress, lovage and fennel, rosemary. Smoothie recipe for vitamin A deficiency. Carrot burner. 2 carrots, 1 large apple, 120 milliliters mineral with many trace elements, 6 oranges squeezed, 1 tablespoon basil as needed. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Vitamin B1. What is vitamin B1? Vitamin B1, also known as thiamine, is a water-soluble vitamin required for many important functions in the body. It plays a key role in converting food into energy and supporting the nervous system. In this article, we will explore the various aspects of vitamin B1, including its functions in the body, its dietary sources, and its potential side effects. Functions of vitamin B1 in the body. Vitamin B1 is involved in many important processes in the body. One of its main functions is supporting energy metabolism. Vitamin B1 is an important component of enzymes that convert carbohydrates into glucose, which can then be used by the body as an energy source. A deficiency in vitamin B1 can lead to impaired energy production, which can cause tiredness, weakness, and fatigue. Vitamin B1 also plays an important role in supporting the nervous system. It is involved in the production of neurotransmitters that transmit signals between nerve cells. A deficiency in vitamin B1 can lead to nerve damage, which can result in numbness, tingling, pain, and muscle weakness. Vitamin B1 is also important for heart health. It supports the heart's muscle contractions and helps regulate blood pressure. A deficiency in vitamin B1 can lead to impaired heart function and increase the risk of heart disease. Sources of vitamin B1 in the diet. Vitamin B1 is found in many foods, especially whole grains, legumes, nuts, and pork. Other sources of vitamin B1 include liver, eggs, dairy products, potatoes, and green leafy vegetables. Whole grain products are one of the best sources of vitamin B1. Whole grain bread, brown rice, oatmeal, and whole wheat pasta contain high amounts of vitamin B1, as well as fiber and other nutrients important for a healthy diet. Pulses such as lentils, beans, and peas are also rich in vitamin B1. They also contain fiber and vegetable protein, which are important for a balanced diet. Nuts are also a good source of vitamin B1. Almonds, pistachios, and sunflower seeds are rich in this vitamin, as well as healthy fats and antioxidants. Pork is one of the best animal sources of vitamin B1. It also contains other important nutrients such as protein and iron. It is important to note that cooking food can reduce vitamin B1 content. Vitamin B1. Thiamine. The most common vitamin B1 deficiency symptoms. Disorders of carbohydrate metabolism. Disorder in the nervous system. For example, tingling skin or gait disturbances. Sleep disorders. Fatigue and headaches. Weight loss. Loss of appetite. Nausea. Cardiovascular failure. Muscle weakness and paralysis. Muscle pain. Calf cramps. Mental health problems such as anxiety, depression, irritability, mental agility, herpes. Heart muscle. With a sufficient vitamin B1 intake, you have fewer heart and circulatory problems. Reduced carbohydrate utilization. Shingles. Motion sickness. Growth disorders. Dosage. If you experience a deficiency, you should see a doctor and have a blood test done. The recommended daily intake of vitamin B1 varies depending on age and gender. For adults, the recommended daily intake of vitamin B1 is approximately 1.1 to 1.2 milligrams mg. For women and men, pregnant and breastfeeding women need slightly more vitamin B1, about 1.4 milligrams per day. It's important to note that vitamin B1 overdose is generally rare because it's a water-soluble vitamin, and excess amounts are usually excreted in the urine. However, there have been some reports of possible side effects when taking high doses of vitamin B1 as a dietary supplement. If you take a supplement, you should carefully read and follow the dosage recommendations on the packaging. It is recommended not to take more than 100 milligrams of vitamin B1 per day as a dietary supplement unless advised by a doctor or nutritionist. It's also important to note that some medications, such as diuretics, can increase your vitamin B1 needs. If you're taking medication, you should talk to your doctor or pharmacist to make sure you're getting enough vitamin B1. If you are unsure whether you are getting enough vitamin B1 or whether you need a supplement, you should consult a doctor or nutritionist. They can evaluate your diet and provide recommendations for the appropriate vitamin B1 dosage. Which foods contain vitamin B1? Oatmeal, lentils, peas and beans, meat, pork, fish, plaice or tuna, peanuts, pine nuts, egg yolk, spinach, brown rice, tofu. Tip: adrenal problems. Beware of vitamin B1 deficiency. Very sleepy in the afternoon. Midday lull. Mosquitoes bite you more than other people without a shortage. Which herbs contain vitamin B1? Basil 100 milligrams. Dill, cress, lovage and fennel. Rosemary. Smooth recipe for vitamin B deficiency. Spinach burner. 1 pear, cut into pieces. 1 large apple, cut into pieces. 70 grams raw, fresh leaf spinach. 320 grams orange juice, freshly squeezed. about 4 to 6 pieces. 4 ice cubes, as needed. 4 tablespoons basil. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Vitamin B2. What is vitamin B2? Vitamin B2, also known as riboflavin, is a water-soluble vitamin required for many important functions in the body. It is involved in energy production, cell repair, hormone production, and protection against oxidative stress. This article explains the functions, sources, symptoms of deficiency, and recommended dosage of vitamin B2. Functions of vitamin B2. Energy production. Vitamin B2 is an essential component of enzymes involved in energy production in cells. It helps the body convert nutrients such as carbohydrates, proteins, and fats into energy. Body cell repair. Vitamin B2 helps maintain healthy skin, eyes, nails, and hair. It also supports red blood cell formation and promotes body growth and development. Hormone production. Vitamin B2 is involved in the production of hormones, including thyroid hormone. It also helps maintain a healthy immune system. Protection against oxidative stress. Vitamin B2 acts as an antioxidant in the body and protects cells from the damaging effects of free radicals. Free radicals are molecules that are produced in the body through metabolism and can cause oxidative damage. Sources of vitamin B2. Vitamin B2 is found in many foods, including meat, especially offal such as liver and kidneys, fish, for example salmon and trout, dairy products, for example milk, yogurt and cheese, eggs, legumes, for example beans and lentils, nuts, for example almonds and pistachios, whole grain products, for example whole grain bread and pasta, vegetables, especially green leafy vegetables such as spinach and broccoli, fruit, especially berries such as raspberries and blackberries. Symptoms of a vitamin B2 deficiency. A deficiency in vitamin B2 can lead to a variety of symptoms, including skin changes, for example cracks at the corners of the mouth and scaling on the nose, eye problems, for example light sensitivity, blurred vision and conjunctivitis, ulcers in the mouth and on the tongue, inflammation in the corners of the mouth and on the lips, anemia, a deficiency of red blood cells, fatigue and weakness, dizziness, slowed growth and development in children. Vitamin B2, riboflavin, the most common vitamin B2 deficiency symptoms: inflammation and redness of the tongue and oral mucosa, vascular malformation in the cornea of the eyes, sandy sensation in the eye, sore throat, itching, pruritus, light sensitivity, cracks at the corner of the mouth, redness and swelling in the throat and mouth, heavy tearing in the eyes, deterioration of vision. Dosage. If you experience a deficiency, you should see a doctor and have a blood test done. The recommended dosage of vitamin B2 depends on various factors, such as age, gender, health status, and dietary habits. The recommended daily dose of vitamin B2 is usually given in milligrams, mg. For adults, the recommended daily intake of vitamin B2 is approximately 1.1 to 1.3 milligrams. Pregnant and breastfeeding women may need slightly more, up to 1.6 milligrams per day. For children, the recommended dosage depends on their age. Infants, 0-6 months, 0.3 milligrams. Infants, 7-12 months, 0.4 milligrams. Children 1-3 years, 0.5 milligrams. Children 4-8 years, 0.6 milligrams. Children 9-13 years, 0.9 milligrams. Adolescents, 14-18 years, 1.0 to 1.3 mg. However, it's important to note that most people are able to obtain adequate amounts of vitamin B2 from their normal diet. Only in rare cases may supplementation be necessary if a person doesn't get enough vitamin B2 due to illness or inadequate diet. Vitamin B2 overdose is rare because the body excretes excess vitamin B2 through urine. However, cases of overdose have been reported when taking high doses of supplements or injectable vitamin B2. Symptoms of overdose may include abdominal pain, nausea, diarrhea, and orange discoloration of the skin and urine. It is recommended to follow the recommended dosage and, if necessary, consult a doctor or registered dietitian before taking high doses of vitamin B2. Which foods contain vitamin B2? Eggs, yeast, cheese, mountain cheese, camembert and emmental, liver, mackerel, trout and herring, pollock, milk and dairy products. Vitamin B2, the detoxification vitamin. More vitamin B2 is needed when taking antidepressants and after serious illness or surgery. Which herbs contain vitamin B2? Wild herbs. Tip: for a quick vitamin boost, banana milk is rich in vitamins and minerals. It contains the following vitamins: A, B, and C, copper, folic acid, iron, potassium, and magnesium. This helps keep your heart and kidneys healthy. 1 banana, 120 milliliters milk. Smoothie recipe for vitamin B deficiency. Spinach burner, 1 pear, approximately 118 g, in pieces. 1 large apple, approximately 105 g, in pieces. 70 grams raw, fresh leaf spinach. 320 grams orange juice, freshly squeezed, about 4 to 6 pieces. 4 ice cubes, as needed. 2 tablespoons wild herbs. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Vitamin B3. What is vitamin B3? Vitamin B3, also known as niacin or nicotinic acid, is a water-soluble vitamin found in various foods. It plays an important role in many metabolic processes in the body and is crucial for healthy skin, the nervous system, and digestion. Functions of vitamin B3. Energy production. Vitamin B3 is important for the metabolism of carbohydrates, proteins and fats and helps convert these nutrients into energy. DNA repair. Vitamin B3 is involved in DNA repair and can help prevent DNA damage caused by oxidative stress. Regulating cholesterol levels. Niacin can increase HDL cholesterol levels in the blood, which may reduce the risk of cardiovascular disease. Skin health. Vitamin B3 can help relieve skin problems such as acne, eczema, and psoriasis by increasing skin moisture and reducing inflammation. Nervous system. Vitamin B3 is important for a healthy nervous system and can help relieve symptoms of depression and anxiety. Niacin is usually expressed in milligrams, mg. The recommended daily intake of vitamin B3 depends on various factors, such as age, gender, and health status. The recommended daily intake for adults is between 14 and 16 milligrams for women and between 16 and 18 milligrams for men. Pregnant and breastfeeding women may need slightly more. Inadequate intake of vitamin B3 can lead to deficiency symptoms such as fatigue, loss of appetite, skin rashes, depression, and insomnia. A severe vitamin B3 deficiency can lead to a condition called pellagra, characterized by symptoms such as diarrhea, dermatitis, and dementia. Foods rich in vitamin B3 include meat, especially chicken and beef, fish, especially tuna and salmon, legumes, mushrooms, whole grain products, nuts and seeds, vegetables, especially potatoes and green leafy vegetables, dairy products. It's important to note that high doses of niacin, whether taken in supplements or medications, can cause side effects such as facial flushing, itching, and nausea. Niacin supplements should always be used under medical supervision. Vitamin B3, niacin. The most common vitamin B3 deficiency symptoms: dermatitis, inflammatory skin changes, inflammation of the oral mucosa, pellagra disease, gastrointestinal inflammation, diarrhea, vomiting, loss of appetite, pain or numbness in extremities, flaky skin. Therapy approach for Parkinson's discovered in connection with vitamin B3 deficiency, antioxidant, arteriosclerosis, arthritis, high blood pressure. Vitamin B3 lowers blood pressure, problems with fat metabolism, reduced oxygen supply to the brain, migraine, oral mucosal ulcers, high cholesterol, high triglyceride levels, too rapid age-related deterioration of the body, reduced sex drive, problems with cellular respiration, schizophrenia, also used as a sedative in schizophrenia. Dosage: if you experience a deficiency, you should consult a doctor and have a blood test done. The recommended daily intake of vitamin B3 depends on various factors, such as age, gender, and health status. The recommended daily intake for adults is between 14 and 16 mg for women and between 16 and 18 mg for men. Pregnant and breastfeeding women may need slightly more. It is important to note that high doses of niacin in supplement or medication form can cause side effects such as facial flushing, itching, and nausea. The use of niacin supplements should always be under medical supervision. In some cases, higher doses of niacin, up to 2-3 grams per day, may be used to treat certain medical conditions such as high cholesterol, diabetes, and arthritis. However, such high doses should only be taken under medical supervision and after carefully weighing the benefits and risks. It's important to note that a balanced diet rich in foods containing vitamin B3 is usually sufficient to meet niacin needs. Niacin can be found in large amounts in meat, fish, poultry, legumes, mushrooms, whole grains, nuts and seeds, vegetables, and dairy products. A balanced diet is therefore the best way to meet niacin needs. Which foods contain vitamin B3? Peanuts, linseed, lean beef, veal, mung beans, mushrooms, tuna, salmon, anchovies and mackerel. Which herbs contain vitamin B3? Parsley, chives, thyme, lemon balm. Smooth recipe for vitamin B and C deficiency. Parsley burner. 1/2 bunch of curly parsley, fresh. 80 grams ripe bananas. 4 small kiwis. 190 grams apples. 25 grams lemon juice, freshly squeezed. 30 grams orange juice, freshly squeezed. 250 grams mineral water. 3 tablespoons thyme. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Vitamin B5. What is vitamin B5? Vitamin B5, also known as pantothenic acid, is a water-soluble vitamin from the B vitamin group. It plays an important role in the body's energy metabolism and in the production of hormones and neurotransmitters. Pantothenic acid is involved in many enzymatic reactions in the body and plays an important role in the synthesis of coenzyme A, CoA, which is involved in more than 70 metabolic processes, including the production of energy from carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. It is also involved in the synthesis of cholesterol, steroid hormones, neurotransmitters, and hemoglobin synthesis. A pantothenic acid deficiency can lead to a range of symptoms, including fatigue, sleep disturbances, loss of appetite, nausea, abdominal pain, muscle cramps, and numbness in the hands and feet. However, it is relatively rare because pantothenic acid is present in many foods. Pantothenic acid can be found in many foods, including meat, fish, eggs, whole grains, legumes, nuts and seeds, and some vegetables such as broccoli and sweet potatoes. The recommended daily intake for adults is about 5 mg per day, although this may vary depending on age, gender, and health status. There is also some evidence that pantothenic acid may be useful in treating certain health conditions. For example, it may help lower cholesterol and relieve the symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome. Some people also use pantothenic acid supplements to treat acne, although there is limited scientific evidence supporting its effectiveness. As with all dietary supplements, it's important to take pantothenic acid supplements only under medical supervision. A balanced diet rich in foods containing pantothenic acid is the best way to meet your daily needs. Vitamin B5. Pantothenic acid. The most common vitamin B5 deficiency symptoms: allergies, anemia, lack of motivation, paleness in the face, depression, loss of mental performance, vomit, frequent intestinal inflammation, immunodeficiency, headache, fatigue, muscle contraction, frequent stomach cramps, problems with the adrenal glands and their hormone production, insomnia, poor antibody production, unsteady gait, hypoglycemia, duodenal ulcers. Dosage. If you experience a deficiency, you should consult a doctor and have a blood test done. A higher dose is necessary to combat arthritis. The recommended daily intake of pantothenic acid, also known as vitamin B5, is approximately 5 mg per day for adults. However, the exact dosage may vary depending on individual needs, age, gender, and health status. In some cases, a higher dose of pantothenic acid may be necessary. For example, people suffering from a chronic illness or taking certain medications may have a greater need for pantothenic acid. In these cases, a doctor may prescribe a higher dose of pantothenic acid. It is also possible to take pantothenic acid in supplement form. Most pantothenic acid supplements contain between 50 and 500 mg of pantothenic acid per tablet or capsule. It is important to note that high doses of pantothenic acid in supplement or medication form can cause side effects such as diarrhea, nausea, and upset stomach. It is recommended to take supplements only under medical supervision and to strictly follow the dosage. However, taking pantothenic acid supplements is generally not necessary, as pantothenic acid is present in many foods, particularly animal products such as meat, fish, and eggs, as well as whole grains, legumes, and vegetables. A balanced diet rich in pantothenic acid-containing foods is the best way to meet your daily needs. If you are concerned that you are not getting enough pantothenic acid from your diet, you should consult your doctor or nutritionist to discuss the best options for your specific needs. Which foods contain vitamin B5? Avocado, broccoli, gorgonzola, oatmeal, yeast, herring, heart, milk, beef and pork, beer. Which herbs contain vitamin B5? Nettle tea, thyme. Smoothie recipe for vitamin B and C deficiency. Parsley burner. 1/2 bunch of curly parsley. Fresh. 80 grams ripe bananas. 4 small kiwis. 190 grams apples. 25 grams lemon juice. Freshly squeezed. 30 grams orange juice. Freshly squeezed. 250 grams mineral water. Long life. 1 teaspoon nettle tea. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Vitamin B6. What is vitamin B6? Vitamin B6, also known as pyridoxine, is a water-soluble vitamin that plays an important role in the body's regulation of metabolic processes and the formation of red blood cells. It is also essential for the proper functioning of the nervous system and the immune system. Vitamin B6 is involved in over 100 enzymatic reactions in the body. It helps process amino acids by converting them into energy and plays an important role in the synthesis of neurotransmitters, which are responsible for communication between nerve cells in the brain. It also aids in the formation of hemoglobin, the protein that transports oxygen in red blood cells. Adequate intake of vitamin B6 is important for nervous system health and can help reduce mood swings and depression. It may also help reduce the risk of heart disease and stroke by lowering blood levels of homocysteine, a risk factor for these conditions. Vitamin B6 is also important for the immune system and can help strengthen defenses against infections. It can also help regulate hormones and relieve symptoms of PMS, premenstrual syndrome, and menopause. There are different forms of vitamin B6, including pyridoxine, pyridoxal, and pyridoxamine. Pyridoxine is the most common form found in foods and supplements. Good sources of vitamin B6 include meat, fish, poultry, eggs, beans, nuts, whole grains, and some vegetables such as potatoes and green peas. The recommended daily intake of vitamin B6 for adults is approximately 1.3 to 1.7 milligrams per day, depending on age and gender. Inadequate intake of vitamin B6 can lead to a variety of symptoms, including fatigue, irritability, depression, skin rashes, anemia, and immune system weakness. However, vitamin B6 deficiency is rare because it is present in many foods. It is also possible to take vitamin B6 in supplement form. Most vitamin B6 supplements contain between 25 and 100 milligrams of vitamin B6 per tablet or capsule. However, it is important to note that high doses of vitamin B6 in supplement form can cause side effects, such as numbness in the hands and feet. It is recommended to take supplements only under medical supervision and to strictly follow the dosage. Vitamin B6, pyridoxine. The most common vitamin B6 deficiency symptoms: acne, occurrence of gallstones and kidney stones, reduces kidney stone risk, drying of the eyes, tear fluid is produced, carpal tunnel syndrome, chronic inflammation, intestinal problems, diarrhea, vomiting, depression and irritability. inflammation of the lips and mouth, enzymes on the hands, possible help with autism, skin changes in the nasal area, susceptibility to infection, can reduce the risk of heart attack, consider folic acid, cramps in the extremities, light sensitivity, lack of antibodies and red blood cell production, fatigue, dry mouth, angular cheilitis, inflammation in the corners of the mouth, muscle twitches, regulatory problems, protein synthesis, scaly skin rashes on the face, nausea, growth disorders, menopausal symptoms, infertility in women. Which foods contain vitamin B6? Fish, salmon, mackerel, sardine, meat, poultry, beef and pork, game, vegetables, potatoes, legumes, green leafy vegetables, cabbage, grains and grain products, wheat germ, wild rice, linseed, nuts, fruit, avocados, bananas, apples. Which herbs contain vitamin B6? Nettle tea, thyme, sage. Dosage. If you experience a deficiency, you should see a doctor and have a blood test done. Excessive alcohol consumption can cause vitamin B6 deficiency. Vitamin B6 reduces the incidence of heart attacks. The recommended daily intake of vitamin B6 for adults is approximately 1.3 to 1.7 milligrams per day, depending on age and gender. The exact dosage depends on individual factors such as age, gender, health status, and diet. For children and adolescents, the recommended daily dose of vitamin B6 is between 0.1 and 1.3 milligrams, depending on age. Pregnant and breastfeeding women need slightly more vitamin B6, about 1.9 to 2.0 milligrams per day. Inadequate intake of vitamin B6 can lead to symptoms such as fatigue, irritability, depression, skin rashes, anemia, and weakened immune systems. However, vitamin B6 deficiency is rare because it is present in many foods. However, excessive intake of vitamin B6 can lead to side effects, especially when taken in high doses in the form of supplements. Excessive doses can cause numbness in the hands and feet. It's important to carefully observe the dosage of supplements and only take them under medical supervision. It's generally safe to obtain vitamin B6 in normal doses through a balanced diet. Smoothie recipe for vitamin B6. Parsley burner with sage. 1/2 bunch of curly parsley. Fresh. 80 grams ripe bananas. 4 small kiwis. 190 grams apples, 25 grams lemon juice, freshly squeezed, 30 grams orange juice, freshly squeezed, 250 grams mineral water, long life, 2 tablespoons sage. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Vitamin B7. What is vitamin B7? Vitamin B7, also known as biotin or vitamin H, is a water-soluble vitamin from the B complex. It plays an important role in the metabolism of carbohydrates, fats, and proteins and is also involved in the formation of hemoglobin, which transports oxygen in the blood. Biotin is also known for its role in maintaining healthy skin, hair, and nails. It aids in the synthesis of keratin, an important protein in skin, hair, and nails. Biotin is produced by bacteria in the gut and is also found in many foods such as eggs, dairy products, liver, nuts, legumes and vegetables such as broccoli and spinach. Biotin deficiency is rare, but can occur if a person has a long-term, unbalanced diet or a food intolerance. Symptoms of biotin deficiency include rashes, dry skin, brittle nails, hair loss, fatigue, muscle pain, and cramps. The recommended daily dose of biotin for adults is approximately 30 to 100 micrograms. A higher dose of approximately 35 to 50 micrograms per day is recommended for pregnant and breastfeeding women. There are no known side effects of biotin, even at high doses. However, it's important to carefully monitor the dosage of supplements and only take them under medical supervision. Vitamin B7, biotin, vitamin H. The most common vitamin B7 deficiency symptoms: depression, lethargy, cracked corners of the mouth, eczema, developmental disorders in infants, weakened immune system, hair loss, muscle pain, scaly rash in the genital area, scaly red rash, weakness and lack of motivation, numbness and tingling of the extremities, nausea. Dosage: if you experience a deficiency, you should see a doctor and have a blood test done. The recommended daily intake of vitamin B7, or biotin, for adults is approximately 30 to 100 micrograms. However, it's important to note that the actual recommended dose of biotin depends on various factors, such as a person's age, gender, and health status. Pregnant and breastfeeding women may need a higher dose of approximately 35 to 50 micrograms of biotin per day. However, it is important to carefully monitor the dosage of supplements and only take them under medical supervision. An overdose of biotin is unlikely to cause side effects because it is a water-soluble vitamin and the body can excrete excess. However, there have been some reports of skin rashes, acne, or allergic reactions in people who have taken very high doses of biotin. It's important to note that biotin supplements may affect the results of certain medical tests, such as thyroid function, heart attack, or pregnancy tests. Therefore, it's advisable to stop taking biotin supplements at least 72 hours before these tests and consult a doctor for further instructions. Which foods contain vitamin B7? Liver, egg yolk, yeast, nuts, oatmeal, soybeans and unpolished rice. Whole grain products. Which herbs contain vitamin B7? Nettle tea, thyme, sage. Smooth recipe for vitamin B. Parsley burner with sage. 1/2 bunch of curly parsley, fresh. 80 grams ripe bananas. 4 small kiwis. 190 grams apples. 25 grams lemon juice, freshly squeezed. 30 grams orange juice, freshly squeezed. 250 grams mineral water, long life. 2 tablespoons sage. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Vitamin B9. What is vitamin B9? Vitamin B9, also known as folic acid or folate, is a water-soluble B-complex vitamin that plays an important role in the body. It is necessary for DNA synthesis, cell division, and red blood cell formation. Folic acid is also important for brain and nervous system health and may help reduce the risk of birth defects. Folic acid is found in many foods, including green leafy vegetables such as spinach and kale, legumes, avocados, citrus fruits, liver, eggs, and whole grains. It is also available as a dietary supplement in various forms. A folic acid deficiency can lead to anemia, which is characterized by a decrease in the number of red blood cells in the body. Symptoms of anemia can include fatigue, weakness, shortness of breath, and dizziness. Folic acid deficiency can also lead to impaired brain function and memory loss. Women who are pregnant or planning to become pregnant should pay particular attention to ensuring they have an adequate folic acid intake, as a deficiency can increase the risk of neural tube defects in newborns. The recommended daily intake of folic acid for adults is approximately 400 micrograms. Pregnant women and women attempting to conceive are advised to consume at least 600 micrograms of folic acid daily. However, it is important to carefully observe the dosage of supplements and only take them under medical supervision, as an overdose of folic acid can lead to health problems. There are also some groups of people who are at higher risk for folic acid deficiency, such as people with alcoholism, people with inflammatory bowel disease, or people taking certain medications. In these cases, a doctor may recommend a higher dose of folic acid. It's important to note that folic acid and vitamin B12 are closely related, and inadequate intake of vitamin B12 can lead to folic acid deficiency. Therefore, people who follow a vegetarian or vegan diet, or who have problems absorbing vitamin B12, should ensure they consume adequate amounts of both folic acid and vitamin B12. Vitamin B9. Folic acid. The most common vitamin B9 deficiency symptoms: loss of appetite and weight loss, breathing difficulties. For general pain, has an analgesic effect, paleness, intestinal parasites, depressive mood, diarrhea, inflamed, reddened, smooth tongue, inflammation of the mucous membranes, especially the intestinal mucosa, diseases of the cardiovascular system, weight loss, heart failure, strengthens the heart, difficulty concentrating, tingling in the tongue, burning tongue, slower healing of mucosal wounds and injuries, production of red blood cells, reduces cancer risk and disease, irritability, reduces the risk of anemia, nausea. Folic acid reduces the risk of stroke. This has been proven by many studies. Dosage. If you experience a deficiency, you should see a doctor and have a blood test done. The recommended daily intake of folic acid for adults is approximately 400 micrograms, mcg. Pregnant women and women trying to conceive are advised to consume at least 600-800 mcg of folic acid daily. However, it is important to carefully monitor the dosage of supplements and only take them under medical supervision, as an overdose of folic acid can lead to health problems. People at higher risk for folic acid deficiency, such as those with alcoholism, those with inflammatory bowel disease, or those taking certain medications, may require a higher dose of folic acid. In these cases, a doctor can recommend an individualized dosage. It's also important to note that adequate vitamin B12 intake is necessary for the proper utilization of folic acid in the body. Therefore, people who follow a vegetarian or vegan diet, or who have problems absorbing vitamin B12, should ensure they consume adequate amounts of both folic acid and vitamin B12. In some cases, a higher dose of folic acid in combination with vitamin B12 may be recommended to maximize the effects of folic acid. Which foods contain vitamin B9? 100 grams of lamb's lettuce, bananas, egg yolk and liver, vegetables, lettuce, tomatoes, asparagus, cabbage, broccoli, legumes, for example soybeans, peas, wheat bran and whole grain products. Which herbs contain vitamin B7? Nettle tea, sage, thyme, Smoothie recipe. Folic acid burner. 50 grams arugula. 70 grams fresh spinach. 2 apples. 250 milliliters orange juice. 80 grams ripe bananas. 4 small kiwis. 190 grams apples. Vitamin B10. What is vitamin B10? There is no such thing as vitamin B10, at least not in the current list of scientifically recognized B vitamins. There was early speculation about the existence of vitamin B10, but this was later discovered to be a flawed concept. The term has also been used for other compounds such as PABA, para-aminobenzoic acid, which is not a vitamin but acts as a cofactor for certain enzymes in the body. Overall, however, vitamin B10 is not an officially recognized vitamin. Vitamin B10 para-aminobenzoic acid, PABA. The most common vitamin B10 deficiency symptoms: Alzheimer, arteriosclerosis, chronic fatigue, depression, eczema, inflammation of the skin, mental and physical resilience decrease, hair loss and premature graying of hair, headache, fatigue, irritability, poor wound healing, very pale face, premature wrinkle formation. Dosage. If you experience a deficiency, you should see a doctor and have a blood test done. Vitamin B10, also known as tyrrolglutamic acid, PGA, was first identified in 1947 and was long considered a B vitamin. However, research has shown that PGA is not an essential nutrient for the body, as it can be synthesized by the body itself. However, PGA plays an important role in the biosynthesis of folic acid, another member of the B vitamin family. Folic acid is essential for many functions in the body, including DNA synthesis and repair, cell division, red blood cell formation, and the nervous system. PGA is also used in medical research as a starting material for the production of folic acid analogs and other medications. Although PGA is not an essential nutrient, it is sometimes marketed as a dietary supplement. However, there are no official recommendations for taking PGA as a supplement because the body is capable of synthesizing it and the benefits of supplementation are not sufficiently researched. Which foods contain vitamin B10? Brewer's yeast, peanuts, yeast, ginger, grains and seeds, rice, wheat bran and oats, Brussels sprouts, soybeans, spinach, whole grain products, smoothie recipes, beauty vitamin burner, 310 milliliters almond milk, 1 banana, 1/2 avocado, 1/2 teaspoon cinnamon, 1 tablespoon bialba brewer's yeast flakes, honey to sweeten, banana cucumber burner, 1 large banana, 1/2 unpeeled cucumber, 30 grams dried red fruits, for example cranberries or grapes, 280 milliliters coconut drink, 2 teaspoons bialba brewer's yeast flakes, 1 teaspoon ginger. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Vitamin B12. What is vitamin B12? Vitamin B12, also known as cobalamin, is a water-soluble vitamin essential for many important functions in the body. It is involved in the formation of red blood cells, supports the nervous system, and contributes to DNA synthesis. It is one of the most frequently discussed vitamins, as it is often difficult for vegetarians and vegans to get enough of it from food. Vitamin B12 is not produced in the body and must therefore be obtained through food or supplements. The best sources of vitamin B12 are animal products such as meat, fish, eggs, and dairy products. Plant sources of vitamin B12 are very limited and contain only small amounts of the vitamin. Vitamin B12 is absorbed in the gastrointestinal tract by a special protein called intrinsic factor and transported into the bloodstream. A deficiency of intrinsic factor or a gastrointestinal disorder that impairs nutrient absorption can lead to a vitamin B12 deficiency in the body. A vitamin B12 deficiency can lead to anemia, which manifests with symptoms such as fatigue, weakness, shortness of breath, and dizziness. A deficiency can also cause neurological symptoms such as numbness, tingling, and coordination problems. Recommendations for daily vitamin B12 intake vary depending on age and gender. Adults are recommended to consume 2.4 micrograms per day. Pregnant and breastfeeding women need slightly more. People who do not eat meat or animal products should ensure they get enough vitamin B12 from fortified foods or supplements. It's important to note that vitamin B12 is safe even in high doses as a dietary supplement. However, there is no evidence that high doses of vitamin B12 have any health benefits if you already get enough vitamin B12 from your diet. If you have concerns about your vitamin B12 status or are considering supplementation, you should discuss this with your doctor. Vitamin B12 deficiency, hemoglobin, part of the red blood cells. The most common vitamin B12 deficiency symptoms: pale complexion, anemia, tongue burns, bilateral tinnitus, tightness in the throat, the so-called globus sensation, increased tendency to fall, unsteady gait, memory problems, yellowish tinge in the eyes, cardiac arrhythmias, psychoses, poorer vision when the optic nerves change, strange feeling in the calves and feet, tingling, dry skin, uncertainty and dizziness, abdominal discomfort, constipation, tongue surface or color very changed, furry. Dosage: if you experience a deficiency, you should see a doctor and have a blood test done. The recommended daily intake of vitamin B12 varies depending on age, gender, and specific needs. The recommended intake for adults is 2.4 micrograms per day. Pregnant and breastfeeding women need slightly more, approximately 2.6 to 2.8 micrograms per day. For people who have switched to a vegan or vegetarian diet, it can be difficult to get enough vitamin B12 from food, as it is primarily found in animal products. In this case, a supplement may be recommended. A common dose for a vitamin B12 supplement is 1000 micrograms per day. However, it's important to only take a supplement on the advice of a doctor, as an overdose of vitamin B12 can lead to adverse effects. People with kidney disease should be especially careful, as they may need a lower dose or should avoid high-dose vitamin B12 supplementation altogether. It's also important to note that an overdose of vitamin B12 will not provide any greater benefits than a balanced and adequate intake from food. It's best to stick to the recommended daily intake and consult a doctor if you have any concerns or questions. A normal calcium balance is required for the utilization of vitamin B12. Vegans often suffer from a vitamin B12 deficiency. Which foods contain vitamin B12? Vitamin B12 is found primarily in animal products such as meat, fish, poultry, eggs, and dairy products. Some fortified plant-based products such as soy milk, breakfast cereals, and yeast extracts may also contain vitamin B12. Here are some foods rich in vitamin B12: liver, beef, pork, lamb, fish, mackerel, salmon, sardines, tuna, oysters and mussels. meat, beef, pork, lamb, eggs, dairy products, milk, yogurt, cheese. For people who prefer a vegan or vegetarian diet, fortified plant-based products can be a useful source of vitamin B12. However, it's important to ensure that these products are truly fortified and contain enough vitamin B12 to meet daily needs. Regular blood B12 blood tests are also recommended to ensure adequate intake. Which herbs contain vitamin B12? Nettle tea, sage, thyme. Smoothie recipe. Kale burner. 50 grams kale. 50 grams fresh spinach. 1 green apple. 1 lime. 10 grams ginger. 80 grams ripe bananas. 300 milliliters apple juice. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Vitamin B13. What is vitamin B13? There is no scientifically recognized vitamin B13. The term vitamin B13 was historically used to describe a compound called orotic acid, which may play a role in heart health. Orotic acid is an organic acid that occurs naturally in the human body and is involved in the synthesis of DNA and RNA. Some early studies have suggested that orotic acid may be useful in the treatment of cardiovascular diseases, including heart failure. However, there is no scientific evidence that orotic acid is an essential vitamin that the body cannot produce and must be obtained from food. For this reason, orotic acid is not considered vitamin B13. And the use of this name is no longer recommended. Vitamin B13 is not a typical vitamin. Orotic acid. Why is vitamin B13 important in the body? Rebuilding or maintaining the intestinal flora. Protein utilization in the muscles. Concentration and memory are increased. The whole body is more vital. Cardiac performance support. Liver strengthening. Sometimes used therapeutically for jaundice and heart attack and liver failure. Stay young and vital. Dosage of vitamin B13. If you experience a deficiency, you should see a doctor and have a blood test done. An overdose can cause serious damage to the body. Since there is no such thing as vitamin B13, there is no recommended dosage. As mentioned above, the term vitamin B13 was used in the past to describe a compound called orotic acid, which is not recognized as a vitamin. Orotic acid is sold as a dietary supplement in some countries, although there is no established dosage recommendation. If you decide to take orotic acid as a dietary supplement, you should follow the label recommendations and consult with your doctor or nutritionist to determine if it is appropriate for your individual needs and health goals. It is also important to note that dietary supplements cannot replace medical treatment and that a balanced diet and a healthy lifestyle are the best way to promote optimal health and nutrition. Which foods contain vitamin B13? Whey. Assumption. As mentioned above, there is no officially recognized vitamin B13 that the body needs. The term vitamin B13 was used in the past to describe a compound called orotic acid, which is not recognized as a vitamin. Orotic acid is an organic acid that occurs naturally in the human body and is involved in the synthesis of DNA and RNA. However, there are no specific foods known to be good sources of orotic acid. It is believed that orotic acid can be synthesized in the body from foods rich in certain amino acids and vitamins, such as B vitamins and folic acid. However, it's important to note that orotic acid is not an essential nutrient that must be obtained from food to maintain normal bodily function. Most people get enough orotic acid through a balanced diet. However, if you're concerned about not getting enough orotic acid, Talk to your doctor or nutritionist about whether taking supplements is beneficial. Smoothie recipe. Mokini. 220 milliliters whey. 350 grams pineapple. 150 grams banana. 50 milliliters mineral water. Long life. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Vitamin B15. What is vitamin B15? Vitamin B15, also known as pangamic acid or DMG, dimethylglycine, is an organic acid that has long been considered a vitamin but is not recognized as such. It is referred to as a quasi-vitamin because it is used as a dietary supplement in some countries, although it has no universally accepted role as an essential nutrient in the body. Pangamic acid is found in many foods, especially liver, whole grains, seeds, and nuts. It is also found in some plants such as ginseng, pumpkin, and reishi mushrooms. Pangamic acid is thought to play a role in supporting metabolism, particularly in cellular energy production. There are many claims about the potential health benefits of pangamic acid, including improving physical performance, reducing stress and anxiety, and supporting liver health. However, there is no scientific evidence that taking pangamic acid in supplement form actually provides these benefits. In some countries, the use of pangamic acid as a dietary supplement has been banned or restricted because it is considered potentially toxic. The use of pangamic acid as a dietary supplement is not recommended unless prescribed and supervised by a qualified physician or nutritionist. Vitamin B15 is considered a real panacea. The most common vitamin B15. Pangamic acid. Deficiency symptoms. Alcoholism. Alcohol addiction with a normal level. The desire for alcohol is reduced. Angina pectoris. Asthma. Provides relief. Bronchial asthma. Autism. Diabetes mellitus. Circulatory disorders in the brain. States of exhaustion. Skin diseases. Cancer. Connections have been researched. Oxygen transport in the cells. Tinnitus. Dosage of vitamin B15. The dosage must be discussed with a doctor. An overdose can cause serious damage to the body. There is no official dosage recommendation for vitamin B15 or pangamic acid, as it is not recognized as an essential nutrient. Taking pangamic acid as a dietary supplement is not recommended unless prescribed and supervised by a qualified physician or nutritionist. However, some sources recommend a dosage of 25 to 50 milligrams of pangamic acid per day as a dietary supplement. It is important to note, however, that the safety and efficacy of pangamic acid as a dietary supplement have not been adequately studied, and there are some concerns about potential toxicity. People who wish to take pangamic acid as a dietary supplement should always do so under the supervision of a qualified physician or nutritionist. Individuals who suffer from a specific medical condition or are taking certain medications should also consult their doctor before taking pangamic acid to avoid possible interactions or adverse effects. Vitamin B15 is used by competitive athletes. Protects the body from harmful substances. Improves and extends cell life. Which foods contain vitamin B15? Chickpeas. Pumpkin seeds. Soybeans. Smoothie recipe. Soy burner. 50 grams kale. 50 grams fresh spinach. 100 grams soybeans. 1 green apple. 1 tablespoon lime juice. 10 grams ginger. 80 grams ripe bananas. 300 milliliters orange juice. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Vitamin C. What is vitamin C? Vitamin C, also known as ascorbic acid, is a water-soluble vitamin essential for the body. It plays a vital role in the formation of collagen, a protein essential for the health of skin, bones, muscles, and other tissues in the body. Vitamin C is also a powerful antioxidant and helps fight free radicals in the body that can damage cells and lead to chronic disease. The human body cannot produce vitamin C itself and must therefore obtain it through food. Good sources of vitamin C include fruits and vegetables such as oranges, lemons, grapefruits, kiwis, papayas, strawberries, melons, tomatoes, broccoli, spinach, kale, and red bell peppers. A deficiency in vitamin C can lead to a number of health problems, such as a weakened immune system, poor wound healing, gum disease and scurvy, a disease characterized by severe vitamin C deficiency symptoms. The recommended daily intake for adults is approximately 75-90 mg per day, although some experts argue that a higher dose of 200-500 mg per day may have health benefits. People who smoke or are prone to infections may have a higher need for vitamin C and may want to consider higher doses. It's important to note that high doses of vitamin C can cause adverse effects, such as gastrointestinal upset and diarrhea. Therefore, vitamin C supplements should always be taken under the supervision of a qualified physician or nutritionist. Vitamin C deficiency. The most common vitamin C deficiency symptoms: allergies, asthma, appearance of acne, connective tissue weakens, blood clots may be more difficult to form, bleeding, the body's rigidity changes in certain places, you should observe this, diarrhea, inflamed and bleeding gums, colds, joint problems and limb pain, joint pain, swollen knees, urinary tract infections, high blood pressure. Vitamin C lowers blood pressure, high fever, collagen formation is reduced, fatigue, muscle and joint pain, edema. Smokers need more vitamin C. Red spots on the skin, also called hemangiomas. Cholesterol levels too high, delayed wound healing, calf pain, bleeding gums after brushing teeth, swollen gums. Which foods contain vitamin C? Broccoli, chili, strawberries, kiwi, oranges, papaya, red acerola cherry, vitamin burner, sea buckthorn berries, juice, black currants, spinach, sweet yellow peppers, thyme, lemon. Which herbs contain vitamin? Dandelion, which tastes very good as a tea, helps with cystitis. Parsley. Dosage of vitamin C. If you experience a deficiency, you should see a doctor and have a blood test done. Vitamin C helps the body absorb the mineral iron better. The German Nutrition Society, DGE, recommends a daily intake of 95 mg for adult women and 110 mg for adult men. Pregnant and breastfeeding women require higher doses of 105 to 125 mg per day due to the increased need for vitamin C during pregnancy and breastfeeding. Due to the increased oxidative stress caused by smoking, smokers are recommended to consume a higher amount of vitamin C. The German Society for Nutrition, DGE, recommends an additional intake of 35 mg per day. However, it's important to note that the optimal dosage of vitamin C for each individual depends on various factors, such as health status, diet, and lifestyle. In some cases, A higher dose of 200-500 mg per day or even more may be recommended by a doctor to treat certain health conditions. However, it should also be noted that excessive amounts of vitamin C can cause adverse effects, such as gastrointestinal upset and diarrhea. However, a dose of up to 2000 mg per day is considered safe. The best source of vitamin C is a balanced diet rich in fruits and vegetables. However, if supplementation is necessary, always choose a high-quality source of vitamin C and discuss dosage with a qualified physician or nutritionist. Smoothie vitamin C deficiency. Parsley burner. 1/2 bunch of curly parsley. Fresh. 80 grams ripe bananas. 4 small kiwis. 190 grams apples. 25 grams lemon juice. Freshly squeezed. 30 grams orange juice, freshly squeezed. 250 grams mineral water. Long life. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Vitamin D. What is vitamin D? Vitamin D is a fat-soluble vitamin that is critical for regulating calcium and phosphate metabolism in the body. There are two main forms of vitamin D. Vitamin D2, ergocalciferol, which is found in plant-based food sources, and vitamin D3, cholecalciferol, which is primarily synthesized by the skin's exposure to sunlight. Both forms can also be found in dietary supplements and fortified foods. Vitamin D is converted into its active form in the liver and kidneys. It plays an important role in the absorption of calcium and phosphate from food and promotes their deposition in bones and teeth, which in turn reduces the risk of bone loss, osteoporosis, and other bone diseases. Vitamin D also affects the immune and hormonal systems and is increasingly associated with a lower risk of chronic diseases such as cancer, cardiovascular disease, and diabetes. There is also evidence that vitamin D deficiency is associated with a number of health problems, including osteoporosis, rickets in children and softening of the bones in adults, muscle weakness, diabetes and certain cancers. Recommendations for adequate vitamin D intake vary depending on age, gender, and individual needs. The German Nutrition Society, DGE, recommends a daily intake of 20 grams for adults and children 4 years and older. Pregnant and breastfeeding women may require higher doses. However, it's important to note that the body's ability to synthesize vitamin D from sunlight is influenced by various factors, such as latitude, season, skin pigmentation, and age. In some cases, vitamin D supplementation may be necessary, especially in individuals at increased risk for deficiency. However, it's also important to note that excessive amounts of vitamin D can be toxic and lead to symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, loss of appetite, and dehydration. Long-term overdose can lead to serious health problems, including kidney and bone problems. It's therefore important to discuss your vitamin D dosage with a qualified doctor or nutritionist to ensure you're getting the right amount for your needs. Vitamin D deficiency. The most common vitamin D deficiency symptoms: lack of motivation, ulcerative colitis, the feeling of inner emptiness, depression to suicidal thoughts, joint pain, hair loss, frequent infections, immune system disease, bone diseases, rickets in children, Crohn's disease, tiredness, fatigue, multiple sclerosis, muscle pain, osteomalacia in adults, osteoporosis, rheumatoid arthritis, poor blood sugar levels, poor wound healing, skeleton, bone pain, reduced fertility, teeth can rot and fall out. Children are very susceptible. Dosage. If you experience a deficiency, you should see a doctor and have a blood test done. Be careful in case of overdose. Serious damage to the body can occur. Kidney damage. The dosage of vitamin D depends on various factors, such as age, body weight, health status, and blood levels of vitamin D. Here are the recommended daily doses of vitamin D according to official guidelines. Infants up to 12 months, 400, 1000 IU international units per day. Children from 1 year and adults, 600-800 IU per day. Adults aged 70 and over, 800, 1000 IU per day. However, there are some specific situations where higher doses of vitamin D may be recommended. For example, people at high risk of vitamin D deficiency, such as the elderly, people with dark skin, or people living in regions with little sunlight, may need a higher dose of up to 2000, 4000 IU per day. People with certain health conditions such as osteoporosis or chronic kidney disease may also need higher doses of vitamin D, which should be prescribed by a doctor. Pregnant and breastfeeding women may also need higher doses of vitamin D to support the health of the fetus or baby. It is important to stick to the recommended dosages and never take higher doses of vitamin D without consulting a doctor, as this can lead to adverse effects such as nausea, vomiting, fatigue and even poisoning. Which foods contain vitamin D? Eggs, fat milk, in fatty fish, salmon, tuna, offal, cod liver oil, dairy products, edible mushrooms. 5 mistakes when taking vitamin D. Always take vitamin D with K2. You eat too much. You take vitamin D without normal magnesium levels. You take vitamin D before breakfast. Take the dose regularly every day. Don't forget a day, but take twice as many. Smooth vitamin D deficiency. Apple kickbanana. 2 large carrots. 1 apple. 1/2 banana. 1/2 tsp cold pressed olive oil. 1 capsule of cod liver oil. Open and add to the smoothie. 100 milliliters mineral water. Long life. Mix everything well and enjoy in a glass. Left double quotation mark. Cucumber kickbanana. 1 Granny Smith apple. 1/2 cucumber. 1/4 avocado. 1 teaspoon ginger. 1 capsule of cod liver oil. Open and add to the smoothie. 100 milliliters mineral water. Long life. Mix everything well and enjoy in a glass. Coconut beet banana. 1/4 beetroot. 1 orange. 1/4 papaya. 1/2 tsp coconut oil. 1 teaspoon ginger. 1 capsule of cod liver oil. Open and add to the smoothie. 100 milliliters mineral water. Long life. Mix everything well and enjoy in a glass. Vitamin E. What is vitamin E? Vitamin E is a fat-soluble vitamin consisting of 8 compounds, 4 tocopherols and 4 tocotrienols. The most common and best researched type of vitamin E is alpha tocopherol. Vitamin E is an important antioxidant that can help reduce free radical damage and protect cells from oxidative stress. It also plays an important role in maintaining a healthy immune system, red blood cell formation, and maintaining healthy skin. Vitamin E is mainly absorbed through food, especially vegetable oils, such as olive, soy or sunflower oil, nuts and seeds, such as almonds, sunflower seeds and peanuts, and green leafy vegetables, such as spinach and kale. Adequate intake of vitamin E is important for health, but there is no standardized recommendation for daily intake. Recommendations vary by country and institution. In the US, a daily intake of 15 mg of alpha-tocopherol is recommended for adults, while in Europe, recommendations range from 4-13 mg of alpha-tocopherol per day. However, it is important to note that high doses of vitamin E through supplements may have adverse effects, such as increased bleeding tendencies or an increased risk of prostate cancer. Therefore, it is recommended to meet your vitamin E needs through a balanced diet and, if necessary, consult a physician before taking high-dose supplements. Vitamin E deficiency. Typical symptoms of a vitamin E deficiency are age spots, Alzheimer, arteriosclerosis, impaired reflexes, blood clots, dissolves existing ones, breast cysts, may have other causes, circulatory disorders, in arms and legs, diseases of the retina, retinopathy, mental slowing, retardation. Genital organs are more susceptible to infections, shingles, heart attack risk, high cholesterol, immunodeficiency, cancer prevention, circulatory problems. Muscle is overexerted too quickly, muscle weakness, muscle atrophy, potency problems, reduced sensitivity, rheumatism, oxygen uptake is inhibited, susceptibility to stroke, may also have other causes, involuntary tremor, cell aging. Which foods contain vitamin E? Butter, peanut oil, hazelnuts, coconut oil, linseed oil, corn oil, almonds, olive oil, pistachios, soybean oil, sunflower oil. Anti-aging vitamin. What is the dosage? If you experience a deficiency, you should consult a doctor and have a blood test done. An overdose can cause damage to the body. The recommended dosage of vitamin E varies depending on a person's age, gender, and health status. In the US, a daily intake of 15 mg of alpha-tocopherol is recommended for adults, while in Europe, recommendations range from 4-13 mg of alpha-tocopherol per day. Most people can meet their vitamin E needs through a balanced diet. However, it's important to note that high-dose supplements can have adverse effects. An overdose of vitamin E can lead to bleeding tendencies and other health problems. If you are concerned that you are not getting enough vitamin E from your diet or have a higher need for medical reasons, it is best to speak to a doctor or nutritionist about the recommended dosage of vitamin E and the best sources to meet your needs. Smoothie vitamin E deficiency. Peanut burner. 2 large carrots. 1 apple. 1/2 banana. 1 teaspoon peanut oil. 40 grams leaf spinach. 150 milliliters mineral water. Long life. Mix everything well and enjoy in a glass. Coconut beet banana. 1/4 beetroot. 1 orange. 1/4 papaya. 1/2 tsp coconut oil. 1 teaspoon ginger. 1 capsule of cod liver oil. Open and add to the smoothie. 100 milliliters mineral water. Long life. Mix everything well and enjoy in a glass. Vitamin K. What is vitamin K? Vitamin K is a fat-soluble vitamin important for blood clotting and bone health. There are 2 main forms of vitamin K, vitamin K1, phylloquinone, and vitamin K2, menaquinone. Vitamin K1 is found primarily in green leafy vegetables such as spinach, kale, and broccoli. It is also found in some vegetable oils such as rapeseed oil and soybean oil. Vitamin K2 is produced by bacteria in the gut and is also found in some fermented foods such as cheese and sauerkraut. There are also some animal sources of vitamin K2, such as liver, eggs, and meat. The recommended daily intake of vitamin K varies depending on age and gender. For adults, the recommended daily intake is approximately 90 to 120 micrograms for women and men. It is important to note that certain medications, such as blood thinners, can interfere with the effectiveness of vitamin K. If you are taking blood thinners, you should consult your doctor before making any changes to your diet or taking supplements. Vitamin K1, K2 deficiency, vitamin K1, phylloquinone, vitamin K2, minaquinone. Typical symptoms of a vitamin K deficiency are nosebleeds, severe bleeding from injuries, mucosal bleeding, stomach and intestinal ulcers. Black stool can also be caused by stomach or intestinal bleeding. Doctor. Vitamin K is important for blood clotting, but intake should always be discussed with a doctor. What is the dosage? The dosage must be discussed with a doctor, as an overdose can lead to serious physical symptoms. Before taking vitamin K, you should consult a doctor to check your blood clotting. If you experience a deficiency, you should consult a doctor and have a blood count done. The recommended daily intake of vitamin K varies depending on age and gender. For adults, the recommended daily intake is approximately 90 to 120 micrograms for both women and men. However, it's important to note that a balanced diet usually provides adequate vitamin K, and supplementation is usually not necessary unless you have a vitamin K deficiency or an underlying condition that impairs vitamin K absorption. In these cases, the dosage should be determined by a doctor. If you are taking blood thinners, you should also talk to your doctor before increasing your vitamin K intake, as this may interfere with the medication's effectiveness. Which foods contain vitamin linoleic acid? Green salad, cauliflower, cooked, broccoli, fresh. Which herbs contain vitamin K? Parsley, chives, nettle tea, smooth vitamin K. Kale burner for athletes. 100 grams fresh kale, 50 grams frozen mango, 1 banana, 10 grams ginger, 2 teaspoons of nettle tea, 200 milliliters mineral water. Mix everything well and enjoy in a glass. What are trace elements and minerals? Trace elements and minerals are essential nutrients that the body needs to maintain many vital functions. Although the body only needs these nutrients in small amounts, they are nevertheless vital for health and well-being. Minerals are inorganic elements that occur naturally and are required by the body in certain amounts. They are found in various foods and are absorbed through food. The most important minerals include calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium, iron, and zinc. Trace elements are also inorganic elements that the body needs in very small amounts. They are often referred to as micronutrients. The most important trace elements include iodine, selenium, fluorine, copper, and manganese. Both minerals and trace elements are important components of enzymes and hormones that regulate many vital functions in the body. They are also involved in maintaining the structure of bones, teeth, and tissues. Without sufficient amounts of these nutrients, the body cannot function optimally. Below we describe some of the most important minerals and trace elements and their functions in the body. Calcium. Calcium is an important component of bones and teeth. It is also involved in muscle contraction and blood clotting. Adequate calcium intake is especially important for children and the elderly, as they are at higher risk of osteoporosis. Magnesium. Magnesium is involved in energy production in the body and plays an important role in muscle and nerve function. It may also help regulate blood pressure and reduce the risk of heart disease. Potassium. Potassium is important for heart and muscle health. It can also help lower blood pressure and reduce the risk of stroke. Sodium. Sodium is important for maintaining fluid balance in the body. However, too much sodium can increase the risk of high blood pressure, which in turn increases the risk of heart disease and stroke. Iron. Iron is essential for the production of hemoglobin, a protein in red blood cells that carries oxygen. A deficiency in iron can lead to anemia, a condition in which the body doesn't produce enough red blood cells. Zinc. Zinc is involved in wound healing and the immune system. It may also help reduce the risk of age-related macular degeneration and colds. Calcium. Calcium. What is calcium? Calcium is an essential mineral vital to the body's health and well-being. It is a key component of bones and teeth and plays a crucial role in muscle contraction, blood clotting, nerve impulse transmission, and many other vital functions. The body needs sufficient amounts of calcium to build and maintain a healthy skeletal system. Most of the body's calcium, about 99%, is found in the bones and teeth, while the rest is found in cells and blood plasma. If the body doesn't absorb enough calcium, bone loss and osteoporosis can occur. Calcium is primarily absorbed through food. Calcium-rich foods include dairy products such as milk, cheese, and yogurt, green leafy vegetables such as spinach and broccoli, as well as fish and nuts. The recommended daily intake of calcium varies depending on age and gender. Infants and young children need about 200 to 700 milligrams per day, while adults ages 19 to 50 need about 1000 milligrams per day. Women over 50 and men over 70 need slightly more, about 1200 milligrams per day. It's important to note that the body isn't able to utilize all sources of calcium equally well. Some foods, like dairy products, are highly digestible and provide a lot of calcium, while others, like spinach, are less digestible and provide less calcium. Calcium can also be taken in the form of supplements, especially for those with inadequate dietary calcium intake. However, it is important not to exceed the recommended dosage, as this can lead to unwanted side effects such as constipation and kidney stones. Overall, calcium is an important mineral essential for good health and strong bone structure. A balanced diet with sufficient calcium-rich foods and regular physical activity are important factors for maintaining bone density and reducing the risk of osteoporosis and other diseases. Mineral calcium deficiency. Symptoms of a calcium deficiency. Our body has about 1 kilogram of calcium in bones and teeth. Calcium is controlled by the parathyroid gland. Degradation of bone tissue, susceptibility to bone fractures, blood clotting, problems with blood clotting, brittle nails. Calcium is helpful in reducing the risk of colon cancer. Vitamin D promotes the absorption of calcium. Limited mobility, pale skin, bones and teeth become porous, bone decalcification, bone softening, muscle cramps, osteoporosis, problems with muscle and nerve impulses, rickets, sleep disorders, difficulty falling asleep, calcium and magnesium, dizziness, cell and general metabolic weakness. Dosage. Calcium dosage depends on various factors, such as age, gender, and health status. The recommended daily intake for adults aged 19 to 50 is approximately 1000 mg of calcium per day. Women over 50 and men over 70 need slightly more, namely approximately 1200 mg per day. For infants and young children, the daily requirement of calcium is about 200 to 700 mg per day, while for older children and adolescents the recommended daily dose is about 1000 to 1300 mg. It's important to note that the body isn't able to utilize all sources of calcium equally well. Some foods, like dairy products, are highly digestible and provide a lot of calcium, while others, like spinach, are less digestible and provide less calcium. If adequate calcium intake through food is not possible, dietary supplements may be considered. The dosage of calcium supplements depends on the type of supplement and the concentration of the active ingredient. It is important not to exceed the recommended dosage, as this can lead to undesirable side effects such as constipation and kidney stones. It's also important to note that calcium should not be taken alone. Taking calcium supplements can interfere with the absorption of other minerals and vitamins. Therefore, dietary supplements should only be taken after consulting a doctor or pharmacist. Overall, a balanced diet with sufficient calcium-rich foods and regular physical activity are important factors in maintaining bone density and reducing the risk of osteoporosis and other diseases. Which foods contain calcium? Camembert, egg, feta, gouda and emmental, green vegetables, oatmeal, yogurt, calcium-rich mineral water, over 50 mg calcium per liter, cow's milk, low-fat curd cheese, milk, mozzarella, natural yogurt 1.5%, sardines in oil, parmesan, processed cheese, quark 20%, whole milk, milk chocolate. Which herbs and spices contain calcium? Poppy seeds, 1460 mg, sesame, 785 mg, apricots, dried, 82 mg, rossahip jam, 71 mg, nettle, fresh, 200 mg. Smoothie recipe for calcium deficiency. Poppy seed, apricot burner, 2 carrots, 1 large apple, 120 ml mineral water, long life many trace elements, 3 dried apricots, chopped, 1 teaspoon poppy seeds, as needed, 1 teaspoon honey. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Potassium. What is potassium? Potassium is an essential trace element that plays a key role in the human body. It is an electrolyte that regulates muscle and nerve function and helps maintain fluid balance in cells. The body needs potassium to regulate nerve impulses and control muscle contraction, including the heart muscle. Potassium also supports the transport of nutrients to cells and regulates water balance in the body. Potassium is primarily absorbed through food. Potassium-rich foods include bananas, oranges, potatoes, tomatoes, spinach, beans, and nuts. The recommended daily intake of potassium is approximately 2000 to 3500 mg per day, depending on age and gender. Infants and young children need approximately 400 to 700 mg per day, while adults ages 19 to 50 need approximately 2500 mg per day. Women over 50 and men over 70 need slightly more, about 2,800 to 3,200 milligrams per day. It's important to note that the body isn't able to utilize all sources of potassium equally well. Some foods, like bananas and potatoes, are highly digestible and provide a lot of potassium, while others, like spinach, are less digestible and provide less potassium. A potassium deficiency in the body can lead to a variety of symptoms, including fatigue, weakness, constipation, and muscle weakness. However, excessive potassium consumption can also be harmful, especially for people with kidney disease or impaired kidney function. Overall, potassium is an important trace element essential for good health and proper body function. A balanced diet with sufficient potassium-rich foods and regular physical activity are important factors in ensuring adequate potassium intake and reducing the risk of health problems. Mineral potassium. The most common potassium deficiency symptoms: hypoglycemia, high blood pressure, eat more bananas, intestinal obstruction, severe intestinal problems, dark circles under the eyes, dysfunction of muscles and nerves, incontinence, possibly, headache, circulatory problems, paralysis or tingling in the limbs, tiredness and fatigue, muscle cramps, muscle weakness, edema, weaknesses, dizziness and visual disturbances, nausea and loss of appetite, increased urine excretion, constipation, trembling all over the body. Potassium deficiency can cause impaired cardiac function, cardiac arrhythmias, or ventricular fibrillation. Changes in the ECG may indicate potassium deficiency. Hormonal disorders such as Cushing's syndrome, fistulas in the intestine, increased nervousness. Dosage. Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. Laxatives deplete the body of potassium, severely disrupting and weakening the intestinal flora. Caution: if you have kidney problems, you should avoid excessive potassium intake. The dosage of potassium depends on various factors, such as age, gender, and health status. The recommended daily intake for adults aged 19 to 50 is approximately 2,500 milligrams of potassium per day. Women over 50 and men over 70 need slightly more, about 2,800 to 3,200 milligrams per day. Children need different amounts of potassium depending on their age and weight. The recommended daily intake of potassium for infants and young children is about 400 to 700 milligrams per day. It's important to note that excessive potassium intake can be harmful, especially for people with kidney disease or impaired kidney function. Too much potassium intake can lead to elevated blood potassium levels, which can lead to heart problems and other health issues. Therefore, potassium supplements should only be taken on medical advice and under the supervision of a physician or nutritionist. However, a balanced diet with sufficient potassium-rich foods such as bananas, oranges, potatoes, tomatoes, spinach, beans, and nuts, as well as regular physical activity, are important factors in ensuring adequate potassium intake and reducing the risk of health problems. Which foods contain potassium? Whole grain products, dried fruit, avocados, bananas, flax seeds, 813 mg, pumpkin seeds, 809 mg, almonds, 733 mg, hazelnuts, 680 mg, cashews, 660 mg, Brazil nuts, 659 mg, sunflower seeds, 645 mg, walnuts, 441 mg, chia seeds, 407 mg, potato water. Cook potatoes and enjoy the water as soup. Mushrooms, spinach 558 mg, purslane, 494 mg, kale, 491 mg, lamb's lettuce, 459 mg, Brussels sprouts, 389 mg. Which herbs contain potassium? Mint, basil, dill, 738 mg, thyme, 609 mg, parsley, 554 mg, garlic, 401 mg, chives, 296 mg, turmeric, 2.08 g, and ginger powder, 1.32 g. Smooth recipe for potassium deficiency. Spinach burner, 1 pair, approximately 118 g, in pieces. 1 large apple, approximately 105 g, cut into pieces. 70 grams raw, fresh spinach leaves. 320 grams orange juice, freshly squeezed, about 4 to 6 pieces. 4 ice cubes, as needed. 4 tablespoons basil, 4 tablespoons dill, 1 teaspoon honey. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Magnesium. What is magnesium? Magnesium is an essential mineral and a key nutrient for the human body. It is vital for many bodily functions, including supporting heart health, bone health, muscle and nerve function, and energy metabolism. Magnesium is an important building block of bones and teeth and contributes to the formation of enzymes needed for metabolism. It also supports nerve and muscle function by regulating the release of neurotransmitters and muscle contraction. In addition, magnesium plays an important role in regulating heart rhythm and blood pressure. It can also help reduce the risk of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and osteoporosis. Magnesium is normally obtained through food, particularly through the consumption of whole grains, green leafy vegetables, nuts, seeds, and legumes. The recommended daily intake of magnesium is approximately 400-420 mg for men and 310-320 mg for women. A magnesium deficiency can lead to a range of symptoms, including muscle cramps, fatigue, nervousness, insomnia, and irregular heart rhythms. Magnesium deficiency can be caused by several factors, including poor diet, excessive alcohol consumption, kidney disease, and certain medications. Overall, magnesium is an important nutrient for the human body and can help promote good health and a healthy cardiovascular system. It's important to maintain a balanced diet with magnesium-rich foods and regular physical activity to ensure adequate magnesium intake and reduce the risk of health problems. However, in some cases, supplementation may be necessary to correct a magnesium deficiency, which is best discussed with a doctor or nutritionist. The most common magnesium deficiency symptoms: adrenaline release disrupted, dizziness, high blood pressure, disturbed blood sugar utilization, circulatory disorders, increased body temperature, increased irritability, fat burning disrupted, heart attack and stroke trigger. Magnesium prevents blood platelets from sticking together, heart palpitations and rapid heartbeat. Immune system not working properly, bone formation reduced, difficulty concentrating, susceptibility to disease, migraine, fatigue, lack of energy, increased need for sleep, eyelid muscle cramps in the masticatory muscles, calf muscle cramps, nervous disorders, PMS, premenstrual syndrome, dizziness, stress cannot be coped with, numbness in hands and feet, unrest, tremble. Dosage. Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. The dosage of magnesium depends on various factors, such as age, gender, and health status. The recommended daily dose of magnesium for adults is approximately 300 to 400 mg per day. However, it's important to note that magnesium dosage can vary from person to person. People with certain medical conditions, such as kidney disease, may need to take a lower dose or avoid taking magnesium supplements altogether. Magnesium supplements are available in a variety of forms, including tablets, capsules, and powders. It's important to follow the dosage recommendations on the packaging and discuss taking magnesium supplements with a doctor or nutritionist to avoid overdose. It is also important to note that a balanced diet containing magnesium-rich foods such as green leafy vegetables, nuts, seeds, whole grains, and legumes is an important source of magnesium intake and may be sufficient to meet daily needs. Overall, it's important to determine the dosage of magnesium individually and to be careful when taking magnesium supplements to avoid overdose. It's recommended to consult a doctor or nutritionist to determine the correct dosage. Magnesium should be taken before meals. Characteristics. Magnesium is involved in many metabolic processes. It inhibits blood clotting and is therefore used to prevent thrombosis and heart attacks. It aids in protein production and regulates body temperature. Magnesium needs are increased when taking birth control pills. It counteracts the formation of gallstones and kidney stones. Which foods contain magnesium? Bananas, beans, curry, figs, meat, legumes, cocoa, liver, almonds, milk, dairy products, nuts, mustard, whole grain products, wheat bran. Which herbs contain magnesium? White goosefoot, chickweed. Smoothie recipe for magnesium deficiency. Pear mustard burner. 1 pear, approximately 118 g. Cut into pieces. 1 large apple, approximately 105 g. Cut into pieces. 70 grams raw, fresh leaf spinach. 320 grams orange juice, freshly squeezed. About 4 to 6 pieces. 4 ice cubes, as needed. 2 tablespoons mustard. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Tip: various medications remove a lot of magnesium from the body. Laxative, anti-inflammatories, diuretic medications, insulin, for diabetes, chlorine. The most common chlorine deficiency symptoms: high blood pressure, too much salt, shallow breathing, kidney dysfunction, tumors in the colon, colon adenoma, hair loss, cardiac dysfunction, liver function problems. Chlorine helps to rid the liver of harmful substances. Muscle cramps, low blood pressure, disturbances in acid-base balance, tachycardia, accelerated heartbeat, growth disorders, tooth loss. Dosage. Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. Characteristics. Chlorine forms a cooperation with potassium and sodium. Which foods contain chlorine? Unsalted nuts, Emmental cheese, cream cheese, vegetables, natural yogurt, fruit, chips, ready meals. Which herbs and vegetables contain chlorine? Kelp algae, olives, table salt. Tip: if you drink chlorinated water, make sure you increase your intake of vitamin E. Chloride depletes the body of vitamin E. Smooth recipe for chlorine deficiency. Olive burner. 1/2 bunch of curly parsley, fresh. 80 grams ripe bananas. 4 small kiwis. 190 grams apples. 25 grams lemon juice, freshly squeezed. 30 grams orange juice, freshly squeezed. 250 grams mineral water, long life. 12 olives. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Phosphorus. What is phosphorus? Phosphorus is a chemical element with the symbol P and atomic number 15 in the periodic table of elements. It is a non-metallic element and occurs naturally in various forms, such as elemental phosphorus, phosphate minerals, and organic compounds. Phosphorus is an important component of DNA and RNA, the building blocks of life. It is also a key component of ATP, the universal energy carrier in cells. Phosphorus plays an important role in maintaining healthy bones and teeth and is also involved in the regulation of enzymes and hormones. Phosphorus is found in many foods such as meat, fish, dairy products, nuts, seeds, and whole grains. It is also found as an additive in many processed foods. A phosphorus deficiency can lead to a variety of health problems, such as weak bones, loss of appetite, muscle weakness, and anemia. However, an excess of phosphorus can also be harmful, leading to problems such as kidney stones, kidney disease, and cardiovascular disease. The recommended daily intake of phosphorus for adults is approximately 700 mg per day. However, it is important to determine the phosphorus dosage individually and to be careful when taking phosphorus supplements to avoid overdose. It is recommended to consult a doctor or nutritionist to determine the correct dosage. The most common phosphorus deficiency symptoms: arthritis. Pain relief for arthritis. Gums and teeth are sensitive. Blood clotting problems. Anemia. Be careful of iron deficiency. Energy is less. Fat and carbohydrate metabolism. Energy loss. Brain and nerve function slightly impaired. Bone softening in case of long-term deficiency. Bone pain. Muscle weakness. Vitamin B utilization disturbed. Kidney function problems. Periodontitis. Rickets. Irregular heartbeat. Cell structure and renewal are disturbed. Dosage. Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. Calcium and vitamin D must be normal to process phosphorus. Which foods contain phosphorus? Eggs, fish, meat, poultry, cheese, milk, nuts, rice, natural, whole grain products. Which herbs contain phosphorus? Peppermint. Smoothie recipe for phosphorus deficiency. Peppermint burner. 1/2 bunch of curly parsley, fresh. 80 grams ripe bananas. 4 small kiwis. 190 grams apples. 25 grams lemon juice, freshly squeezed. 30 grams orange juice, freshly squeezed. 250 grams mineral water, long life. 3 teaspoons peppermint. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Sodium. What is sodium? Sodium is a mineral and an important nutrient for the body. It is an electrolyte, meaning it contributes to the effective transmission of electrical signals throughout the body. Sodium is important for maintaining fluid balance in the body and plays an important role in regulating blood pressure. It is also essential for the normal function of nerves and muscles. Sodium is found in many foods, especially processed foods such as bread, cheese, cured meats, and fast food. However, it is also found naturally in foods such as dairy products, meat, and vegetables. It's important to note that excess sodium can lead to health problems such as high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease, and kidney damage. Therefore, limiting daily sodium intake is recommended, especially for people with high blood pressure or kidney problems. The recommended daily intake of sodium for adults is typically between 1,500 and 2,300 mg per day. However, it is important to discuss individual needs and recommendations with a doctor or nutritionist to determine the appropriate dosage and the best source of sodium for your individual diet. The most common sodium deficiency symptoms. The body's alkaline and acid balance is disturbed. Drop in blood pressure, vomit, dysfunction of muscles and nerves, heat stroke and sunstroke, headache, muscles and nerves affected, muscle pain, nausea, digestion of carbohydrates is difficult, confusional states, water shift into the cell interior. Which foods contain sodium? Baking powder, meat, smoked, brain, table salt, mineral water, kidney, olives, contains 2.1 grams sodium 100 g, rice, contains 1 gram sodium 100 g, salami, contains 1.64 grams sodium 100 g, sliced cheese, contains 1.4 grams sodium 100 g, bacon, sausages. Which herbs contain sodium? Basil. Dosage. Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. Caution: do not use salt if you have high blood pressure. Sodium dosage can vary depending on individual needs and health conditions. The recommended daily intake of sodium for adults is generally between 1,500 and 2,300 mg per day. However, it's important to note that many processed and fast food foods can contain very high sodium levels, which can quickly exceed your daily intake. For this reason, it's recommended to limit processed foods in your diet and instead focus on natural sources of sodium, such as vegetables, meat, and dairy products. Certain medical conditions, such as high blood pressure or kidney disease, may require further sodium restriction. In these cases, it's important to discuss individual recommendations with a doctor or nutritionist. It's also important to note that sodium dosage should not be considered in isolation, but in conjunction with other nutrients such as potassium and magnesium. A balanced diet containing adequate amounts of all essential nutrients is crucial for maintaining a healthy body. Smoothie recipe for sodium deficiency. Parsley burner with sage and basil. 1/2 bunch of curly parsley. Fresh. 80 grams ripe bananas. 4 small kiwis. 190 grams apples. 25 grams lemon juice, freshly squeezed. 30 grams orange juice, freshly squeezed. 250 grams mineral water, long life. 2 tablespoons sage. 3 tablespoons basil. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Sulfur. What is sulfur? Sulfur is an essential nutrient important for various functions in the body. It is a component of amino acids, the building blocks of proteins, as well as certain vitamin complexes and enzymes. Sulfur is also involved in detoxification of the body and supports the liver in the elimination of toxins. Furthermore, sulfur plays an important role in the health of skin, hair, and nails, contributing to the formation of collagen and elastin. Sulfur is found in many foods, especially protein and sulfur-containing foods such as meat, fish, eggs, beans, onions, garlic, cabbage, broccoli, and asparagus. However, there is no recommended daily intake for sulfur, as the body is able to synthesize sulfur from other nutrients such as methionine and cysteine, which are found in many foods. Therefore, sulfur deficiency is rare. However, it's important to note that an overdose of sulfur, especially in supplement form, can lead to adverse effects such as diarrhea, nausea, and vomiting. It's recommended to promote a balanced diet to ensure adequate amounts of sulfur, as well as other important nutrients, rather than resorting to supplements. The most common sulfur deficiency symptoms: disturbed blood sugar balance, brittle nails, circulatory disorders, detoxification problems, dull skin, gallbladder problems, joint pain, cataract, hair, skin and nail problems, weak immune system, depression, oxygen supply to the brain disrupted, loose connective tissue, brittle hair, metabolic problems, slower regeneration, loose connective tissue. Dosage. Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. There is no specific dosage recommendation for sulfur because the body is able to synthesize sulfur from other nutrients such as methionine and cysteine, which are found in many foods. However, if you wish to take dietary supplements containing sulfur, you should follow the recommended dosage of the product in question and discuss your use with a doctor or qualified nutritionist to avoid possible interactions or adverse effects. It's important to note that an overdose of sulfur, especially in the form of supplements, can lead to adverse effects. A balanced diet with adequate amounts of protein, vitamins, and minerals can usually be sufficient to meet the body's sulfur needs. Characteristics: sulfur can do many things, including supporting vitamin balance and detoxifying many organs. Beware of sulfurized dried fruits. Which foods contain sulfur? Broccoli, eggs, peanuts, fish, kale, hazelnut, millet, cauliflower, garlic, cabbage, pumpkin seeds, lean beef, sunflower seeds, walnut. Which herbs contain sulfur? Sulfur, sulfur, commercially available as rod sulfur. Characteristics: sulfur, sulfur. The herb is used against hemorrhoids, abdominal pain, urinary problems, lichen, paralysis, rheumatism, glandular diseases, bedwetting, hardening of the liver, pneumonia, stomach cramps and epilepsy. Smooth recipe for sulfur deficiency. Parsley burner with pumpkin seeds. 1/2 bunch of curly parsley, fresh. 80 grams ripe bananas. 4 small kiwis. 190 grams apples. 25 grams lemon juice, freshly squeezed. 30 grams orange juice, freshly squeezed. 250 grams mineral water, long life. 2 tablespoons sage. 3 tablespoons pumpkin seeds. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Chrome. What is chromium? Chromium is a trace element that the body needs in very small amounts. It is involved in various metabolic processes in the body, particularly in the regulation of blood sugar levels. Chromium supports insulin action in the body and helps regulate blood sugar levels by promoting the uptake of glucose into cells. It also contributes to maintaining healthy cholesterol levels and may help prevent heart disease. Chromium is found in many foods, especially whole grains, vegetables, fruits, meat, fish, and dairy products. However, it is typically consumed in small amounts, so many people may have inadequate intake. There is no specific recommended daily intake for chromium, but adequate intake can be achieved through a balanced diet. Most people get enough chromium through their diet, but in some cases, such as people with diabetes or the elderly, supplementation may be beneficial. However, it is important to avoid overdose, as this can lead to adverse effects. Therefore, you should consult your doctor or a qualified nutritionist before taking chromium supplements. The most common chromium deficiency symptoms: fear, arteriosclerosis, increased blood pressure, blood sugar fluctuations, blood sugar disorders, regulates blood sugar in conjunction with insulin, cholesterol problems, diabetes risk, irritability, weight loss, insulin resistance, carbohydrate and lipid metabolism disorder, difficulty concentrating, coordination disorders and a reduced response to sugar, glucose, in the blood, learning difficulties, fatigue, muscle building disturbed, muscle weakness, nervousness, disorders in amino acid metabolism, increased urination, confusion, growth problems. Chromium helps with growth. Dosage. Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. There is no specific recommended daily intake for chromium, as the need for this trace element is very low and can usually be met through a balanced diet. Most people get enough chromium through their diet, but in some cases, such as people with diabetes or the elderly, supplementation may be beneficial. The dosage of chromium supplements depends on various factors such as age, gender, weight, health status, and individual needs. It is important to follow the recommended dosage of each product and to discuss its use with a doctor or qualified nutritionist to avoid possible interactions or adverse effects. An overdose of chromium can lead to adverse effects such as stomach upset, diarrhea, skin rashes, and liver damage. Therefore, you should not take chromium supplements without medical advice. Which foods contain chromium? Brewer's yeast, broccoli, grapefruit juice, chicken, cheese, veal liver, corn oil, mussels, turkey meat, wheat germ, strawberries, tomatoes, honey, chocolate, meat and meat products, fats, fish, legumes. Which herbs contain chromium? Pepper. Smoothie recipe. Cromabana. 50 grams arugula. 70 grams fresh spinach. 2 apples. 250 milliliters orange juice. 2 tomatoes. 4 small kiwis. 90 grams apples. 1 tablespoon honey. Pepper. Pinch. 100 milliliters mineral water. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Iron. What is iron? Iron is a vital nutrient for the human body. It plays an important role in the formation of hemoglobin, the protein in red blood cells that transports oxygen and provides the body with energy. Iron is also involved in the formation of myoglobin, a protein that stores oxygen in the muscles. A lack of iron can lead to anemia, a condition in which the number of red blood cells or hemoglobin levels in the blood is low. This can cause fatigue, weakness, shortness of breath, and a weakened immune system. Iron is found in various foods, especially meat, fish, poultry, legumes, whole grains, and green leafy vegetables. The body can absorb iron from animal sources, heme iron more easily than from plant sources, non-heme iron. The recommended daily intake of iron varies depending on age, gender, and health status. The average recommended daily intake for adult men is 8 mg, while for women of childbearing age it is 18 mg, as women lose iron during menstruation. Pregnant women need even more iron to meet the needs of the growing fetus. It is important to avoid iron overdose, as this can lead to toxic effects. An excess of iron can also compete with other nutrients such as zinc and copper, inhibiting their absorption. People taking iron supplements should adhere to the recommended dosage and discuss their use with a doctor or qualified nutritionist to avoid potential interactions or adverse effects. The most common iron deficiency symptoms: anemia, lack of motivation, dark circles under the eyes, paleness and dry skin, burning eyes, brittle and cracked nails, cracked corners of the mouth, increased susceptibility to infection, heart palpitations, weak immune system, cold feeling in hands or feet, headache, shortness of breath, especially during exertion, loss of libido, fatigue, sore eyes, feeling of weakness, combined with fatigue and reduced performance, dizziness, visual disturbances, mood swings, premature wrinkle formation. Dosage. Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. Approximately 20% of all women suffer from iron deficiency due to monthly bleeding. The recommended daily intake of iron varies depending on age, gender, and health status. In general, the following is recommended. For adult men, 8 mg iron per day. For women of childbearing age, 18 mg iron per day. For pregnant women, 27 mg iron per day. For breastfeeding women, 9-10 mg iron per day. It is important to avoid iron overdose, as this can lead to toxic effects. An overdose can also compete with other nutrients such as zinc and copper, inhibiting their absorption. It is therefore advisable to adhere to the recommended iron dosage and discuss the use of iron supplements with a doctor or qualified nutritionist to avoid possible interactions or adverse effects. Which foods contain iron? Fennel, kale, oat flakes, chickpeas, pumpkin seeds, lentils, nuts, Brussels sprouts, beetroot, very good as a smoothie, sesame seeds, soy, spinach, whole grains, currants, elderberries. In order for the body to absorb iron, it needs support in the form of vitamin C. Smoothie recipes. Iron burner. 200 grams beetroot, 100 grams leaf spinach, 250 milliliters mineral water. Long life. Banana cucumber burner. 1 large banana, 1/2 unpeeled cucumber, 30 grams dried red fruits, for example cranberries or grapes, 280 milliliters coconut drink, 2 teaspoons Bialaba brewer's yeast flakes. Fluoride. What is the mineral fluoride? Fluoride is a mineral found in small amounts in many foods and drinking water. It is an important nutrient for the body, especially for dental health. Fluoride is absorbed by the body and incorporated into tooth enamel and bone. It helps harden and strengthen tooth enamel, reducing the risk of tooth decay. Fluoride can also help repair existing cavities by remineralizing tooth enamel. Fluoride is also used in many toothpastes and mouthwashes to promote dental health and prevent cavities. It is also found in some public drinking water supplies to help prevent cavities. The recommended daily intake of fluoride depends on age and individual needs. Recommended amounts range from 0.5 mg per day for infants to 4 mg per day for adults. However, an overdose of fluoride can lead to fluorosis, a condition that weakens tooth enamel and can lead to discoloration and staining of the teeth. It's important to consume an adequate amount of fluoride to promote good dental health, but it's also important to avoid overdose. A balanced diet and regular dental care can help you get the necessary amount of fluoride naturally. However, if you're concerned about your fluoride intake, consult a dentist or qualified nutritionist for further information and recommendations. The most common fluoride deficiency symptoms: increased susceptibility to caries, inhibited bone and body growth, increased risk of bone fractures, uncertainty and dizziness, osteoporosis. Dosage. Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. The recommended daily intake of fluoride depends on age and individual needs. Here are some general recommendations. For infants up to 6 months, no additional fluoride intake required. For infants between 6 months and 3 years, 0.25 mg to 0.5 mg fluoride per day, either from a fluoridated toothpaste or from drinking water. For children between 4 and 8 years, 0.5 mg to 1 mg of fluoride per day, either from a fluoridated toothpaste or from drinking water. For children between 9 and 13 years, 1.5 mg to 2 mg of fluoride per day, either from a fluoridated toothpaste or from drinking water. For adults and adolescents aged 14 years and over, 3 mg to 4 mg of fluoride per day, either from a fluoridated toothpaste or from drinking water. It is important to note that the amount of fluoride absorbed from food and fluoridated water must be taken into account to avoid fluoride overdose. It's also important to follow the directions on the toothpaste or mouthwash tube to keep track of your fluoride intake. If you have any questions or concerns about fluoride dosage, talk to your dentist or a qualified nutritionist. Which foods contain fluoride? Sea fish, sardines, black tea, mineral and drinking water. Which herbs contain fluoride? Wild herbs. Copper. What is the mineral copper? Copper is an essential mineral necessary for many functions in the body. It's a trace element, meaning it's needed in small amounts but is still important. Copper is involved in the formation of connective tissue, bones, and red blood cells. It also helps with the absorption and utilization of iron in the body and supports the immune system. A copper deficiency can lead to anemia, weakened immune systems, and brittle bones. However, an excess of copper can be toxic and cause symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. The recommended daily intake of copper is 900 micrograms (mcg) for adults. Copper can be obtained from a variety of sources, including nuts, whole grains, legumes, and liver. It can also be found in some drinking water supplies and is included in many multivitamin supplements. However, it is important not to exceed the recommended daily intake to avoid copper overdose. The most common mineral copper deficiency symptoms are movement coordination is disturbed, brittle bones, fertility problems, skin diseases, tingling and loss of feeling in hands and feet, slightly depressed, muscle weakness, nerve damage, irritable, confused, weak immune system, anemia, bone deformities, edema. Important for the production of red blood cells. The motto is to stay young and vital with copper. Copper is needed for excretion and a good metabolism. Dosage of copper. Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. An overdose can cause serious damage to the body. The recommended daily intake of copper is 900 micrograms (mcg) for adults. The exact dosage may vary depending on age, gender, health status, and individual needs. It's important to adhere to the recommended daily intake, as excessive copper intake can be harmful. Symptoms of a copper overdose can include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, liver damage, and neurological disorders. Copper can be obtained from a variety of sources, including nuts, whole grains, legumes, and liver. It is also found in many multivitamin supplements. If you have any questions about your individual copper dosage, talk to a qualified nutritionist or doctor. Which foods contain copper? Bananas, beans, cashew nuts, peas, fish, meat, green tea, green vegetables, offal, cocoa, veal and beef liver, germs and sprouts, seafood, nuts, plums, black pepper, sunflower seeds, whole grain products. Tip: if you have a large amount of blood loss due to surgery, you will need a higher copper intake to rebuild your red blood cells. Copper has anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving properties. Smoothie recipe: banana burner with copper, 220 milliliters whey, 350 grams pineapple, 150 grams banana, 50 milliliters mineral water, long life, 2 tablespoons grated cashews, iron and copper burner, 200 grams beetroot, 100 grams leaf spinach, 250 milliliters mineral water, long life, 1 teaspoon cocoa, dark without added sugar, banana cucumber burner, 1 large banana, 1/2 unpeeled cucumber, 30 grams dried red fruits, for example cranberries or grapes, 280 milliliters coconut drink, 2 teaspoons Bialaba brewer's yeast flakes. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Manganese. What is manganese? Manganese is an essential nutrient that is important for many functions in the body. It is a trace element, meaning it is needed in small amounts but is nevertheless essential. Manganese is involved in the development and maintenance of healthy bones and cartilage and plays an important role in maintaining a healthy metabolism. It is also a component of many enzymes in the body and aids in energy production. Manganese deficiency is rare but can lead to impaired growth, poor wound healing, and susceptibility to infection. However, an excess of manganese can be toxic and cause symptoms such as convulsions, tremors, and behavioral changes. The recommended daily intake of manganese is approximately 2.3 milligrams for adults. Manganese can be obtained from a variety of sources, including whole grains, nuts, legumes, and green vegetables. It is also found in some multivitamin supplements. As with all nutrients, it's important to follow the recommended daily intake to avoid overdose. If you have questions about your individual manganese dosage, Consult a qualified nutritionist or doctor. The most common manganese deficiency symptoms: antioxidant, important benefit, unsteady movement, connective tissue weak and sagging, blood clotting disorders, fatty acid production disrupted, reproductive disorders, reduced memory performance, immunodeficiency, susceptibility to infection, cancer prevention, central nervous system weakened, muscle dysfunction, problems with bone formation, thyroid hormone, digestion, reduced fertility. Dosage of manganese. Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. An overdose can cause serious damage to the body. Milk is a very good source of manganese. Manganese should not be taken at the same time as iron, and should be taken after meals. The recommended daily intake of manganese is approximately 2.3 mg for adults. The exact dosage may vary depending on age, gender, health status, and individual needs. It's important to adhere to the recommended daily intake, as excessive intake of manganese can be harmful. An excess of manganese can lead to symptoms such as seizures, tremors, behavioral changes, and even neurological damage. Manganese can be obtained from a variety of sources, including whole grains, nuts, legumes, and green vegetables. It is also found in some multivitamin supplements. If you have any questions about your individual dosage of manganese, talk to a qualified nutritionist or doctor. Which foods contain manganese? Aronia berries, brewer's yeast, egg yolk, blueberries, cocoa, milk, beetroot. Smoothie recipe: manganese burner, 50 grams kale, 50 grams fresh spinach, 100 grams soybeans, 1 green apple, 1 lime, 10 grams ginger, 80 grams ripe bananas, 300 milliliters orange juice, 1 teaspoon cocoa without sugar, cocoa powder. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Molybdenum. What is molybdenum? Molybdenum is an essential trace element required by the body in small amounts to support various metabolic processes. It is an important component of enzymes involved in the conversion of nutrients such as carbohydrates, fats, and proteins into energy. Molybdenum also plays a role in detoxifying harmful substances in the body, including alcohol and certain medications. It is also important for bone health and is involved in the formation of collagen, an important structural protein in the body. Molybdenum deficiency is rare because it is found in many foods, especially legumes, nuts, and whole grains. However, a deficiency can lead to symptoms such as fatigue, weakness, and susceptibility to infections. There is no generally recommended daily intake for molybdenum, but it is estimated that adults need about 45 to 50 micrograms per day. However, the exact dosage may vary depending on age, gender, health status, and individual needs. It's important to adhere to the recommended daily intake, as excessive molybdenum intake can be harmful. An excess of molybdenum can lead to symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and liver damage. If you have any questions about your individual molybdenum dosage, talk to a qualified nutritionist or doctor. The most common molybdenum deficiency symptoms: anemia prevention, breathing difficulties, abdominal cramps, dizziness, diarrhea, fat and carbohydrate metabolism disturbed, fluorine storage is difficult, itching, caries, night blindness, kidney stones, swelling, mood swings, nausea. Which foods contain molybdenum? Grain, buckwheat, oats, soybeans, green peas, red cabbage, garlic, spinach, lemon. Which herbs contain molybdenum? Dandelion. Tastes very good as a tea. Also helps with cystitis. Parsley. Dosage of molybdenum. The dosage must be discussed with a doctor. An overdose can cause serious damage to the body, such as uric acid. The recommended daily dose of molybdenum is approximately 45 to 50 micrograms for adults. However, the exact dosage may vary depending on age, gender, health status, and individual needs. It's important to adhere to the recommended daily intake, as excessive molybdenum intake can be harmful. High molybdenum intake can lead to symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and liver damage. Molybdenum is found in many foods, especially legumes, nuts, and whole grains. A balanced diet rich in these foods can help meet daily molybdenum needs. If you have any questions about your individual molybdenum dosage, talk to a qualified nutritionist or doctor. Smoothie recipe. Parsley burner with garlic. 1/2 bunch of curly parsley, fresh. 80 grams ripe bananas. 4 small kiwis. 190 grams apples. 25 grams lemon juice, freshly squeezed. 30 grams orange juice, freshly squeezed. 250 grams mineral water, long life. Garlic 3 cloves. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Selenium. What is selenium? Selenium is an essential trace element required by the body in small amounts to support various metabolic processes. It is an important component of enzymes involved in the conversion of thyroid hormones, the detoxification of harmful substances in the body, and the fight against free radicals. Selenium is also important for immune system health and may help reduce the risk of certain cancers and cardiovascular disease. It also plays a role in maintaining skin and hair health, as well as bone strength. Selenium deficiency is rare because it is found in many foods, especially fish, meat, eggs, nuts, and whole grains. However, severe deficiency can lead to symptoms such as muscle weakness, fatigue, and cardiomyopathy. There is no generally recommended daily intake for selenium, but it is estimated that adults need about 55 micrograms per day. However, the exact dosage may vary depending on age, gender, health status, and individual needs. It's important to adhere to the recommended daily intake, as excessive selenium intake can be harmful. High selenium intake can lead to symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, hair loss, and nerve damage. If you have any questions about your individual selenium dosage, talk to a qualified nutritionist or doctor. The most common selenium deficiency symptoms: detoxification disturbed, fingernails with white spots, reproductive drive reduced, tissue elasticity decreases, hair loss, erectile dysfunction, scaly and pale skin, risk of heart attack and stroke due to selenium deficiency, liver disorder, slowing down the aging process, loss of vitality, menopausal symptoms, cell damage, increased hypothyroidism. Dosage. Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. Caution: overdose can cause serious damage to the body. Kidney damage. Selenium should not be taken long term. It should only be used for therapy and detoxification of the body. The recommended daily intake of selenium varies depending on age, gender, and individual needs. Here are some general guidelines. Adults, about 55 micrograms per day. Pregnant women, about 60-70 micrograms per day. Breastfeeding women, about 75 micrograms per day. It's important to adhere to the recommended daily intake, as excessive selenium intake can be harmful. High selenium intake can lead to symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, hair loss, and nerve damage. It is recommended that you obtain selenium from a balanced diet rather than taking supplements, unless a doctor or qualified nutritionist recommends it due to a deficiency or other medical need. However, if you choose to take supplements, consult a doctor or qualified nutritionist about the appropriate dosage for your individual needs. Which foods contain selenium? Eggs, fish, meat, cabbage and onion vegetables, lentils, Brazil nuts, mushrooms, asparagus, oatmeal. Smoothie recipe. Apple kickbanana. Open 1 capsule of cod liver oil, 2 large carrots, 1 apple, 1/2 banana, 1/2 tsp cold pressed olive oil, 100 milliliters mineral water. Long life. 2 teaspoons Brazil nuts. Cucumber kickbanana. 1 Granny Smith apple. 1/2 cucumber. 1/4 avocado. 1 teaspoon ginger. 1 capsule cod liver oil open. 100 milliliters mineral water. Long life. 2 teaspoons Brazil nuts. Mix everything well and enjoy in a glass. Zinc. What is zinc? Zinc is an essential trace element and a key nutrient for the human body. It is a component of many enzymes and proteins that are important for various bodily processes, including metabolism, cell reproduction, growth, and immune function. Zinc is also important for the health of skin, hair, and nails. The body cannot produce zinc itself, so it must be obtained from food. Good sources of zinc include red meat, poultry, fish, seafood, nuts and seeds, whole grains, and dairy products. A zinc deficiency can lead to symptoms such as growth retardation, skin problems, hair loss, weak immune function, and susceptibility to infections. However, excessive zinc intake can also be harmful, causing gastrointestinal problems, weakness, and headaches. The recommended daily intake of zinc varies depending on age, gender, and individual needs. Here are some general guidelines. Adult men, about 11 mg per day. Adult women, about 8 mg per day. Pregnant and breastfeeding women, about 11-13 mg per day. It is recommended to obtain zinc from a balanced diet rather than taking supplements, unless a doctor or qualified nutritionist recommends it due to a deficiency or other medical need. However, if you choose to take supplements, consult a doctor or qualified nutritionist about the appropriate dosage for your individual needs. Typical symptoms of a zinc deficiency are acne, loss of appetite, arteriosclerosis, blisters on the tongue, brittle nails, dull and thin hair, depression. Low zinc levels make depression more severe, eczema, elevated blood sugar levels, loss of smell and taste, mouth ulcers, hair loss, skin fungi, herpes, aphthous ulcers, inflammation of the oral mucosa, immunodeficiency, susceptibility to infection, difficulty concentrating, fatigue, erectile dysfunction, psoriasis, poor wound healing, flaky skin, melancholy used for depression, metabolic disorders, dry eyes and mucous membranes, infertility, reduced performance, reduced libido, irregular menstrual bleeding, growth and developmental disorders in children and adolescents, white spots on the nails, tip, in various intestinal diseases and kidney dysfunction. Zinc is excreted in increased amounts, so the body needs a higher amount. ACE inhibitors and antidepressants also deplete zinc. Vitamin A, calcium, and phosphorus improve the effectiveness of zinc absorption. Insulin production is promoted by zinc. Which foods contain zinc? Red meat, beef, offal, fish, seafood, milk, whole grain sourdough products, sesame, poppy seeds, pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds, peanuts, walnuts, pecans, lentils, white beans, yellow peas, pumpkin. Calcium prevents zinc absorption in the intestine. What is the dosage? Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. An overdose can cause serious damage to the body. Zinc dosage varies depending on age, gender, and individual needs. Here are some general guidelines. Adult men, about 11 mg per day. Adult women, about 8 mg per day. Pregnant and breastfeeding women, about 11-13 mg per day. It is recommended to obtain zinc from a balanced diet rather than taking supplements, unless a doctor or qualified nutritionist recommends it due to a deficiency or other medical need. However, if you choose to take supplements, consult a doctor or qualified nutritionist about the appropriate dosage for your individual needs. An overdose of zinc may result in undesirable side effects. Smoothie zinc deficiency. Peanut burner. 2 large carrots. 1 apple. 1/2 banana. 1 teaspoon peanut oil. 40 grams leaf spinach. 150 milliliters mineral water. Long life. Coconut beet banana. 1/4 beetroot. 1 orange. 1/4 papaya. 1/2 tsp coconut oil. 1 teaspoon ginger. 1 capsule of cod liver oil. Open and add to the smoothie. 100 milliliters mineral water. Long life. Mix everything well and enjoy in a glass. Almond burner. 0.5 L almond drink or almond milk. 1 teaspoon linseed oil. 1 vanilla pod. 3 ice cubes. 1 teaspoon honey. Optional. Mix everything well and enjoy in a glass. Nickel. What is nickel? Nickel is an essential mineral that the body needs in small amounts. It is an important component of enzymes and cofactors that play a role in many metabolic processes in the body. Nickel also contributes to the health of bones, skin, hair, and nails. Nickel is present in small amounts in many foods, including whole grains, nuts, seeds, beans, meat, fish, and seafood. A balanced diet should normally provide sufficient nickel, so supplements are usually not necessary. However, an overdose of nickel can be toxic and lead to a range of adverse symptoms, such as nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, dizziness, headaches, skin rashes, and weakness. Therefore, it is important to maintain an adequate and balanced diet and exercise caution when using supplements, adhering to the recommended dosage. Typical symptoms of a nickel deficiency: undefined complaints, increased sweating, fatigue, unrest, indigestion, iron deficiency, anemia with fatigue, reduced performance, difficulty concentrating, breathing difficulties, heart failure, kidney problems. Tip: the development of lung cancer, nasal cancer, sinus cancer and laryngeal cancer is thought to be increased by excess nickel. Dosage. Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. An overdose can cause serious damage to the body. There is no official recommended daily intake for nickel, as it is usually present in sufficient amounts in a balanced diet. The average daily intake of nickel through food is between 70 and 600 micrograms per day. However, if you need to take nickel supplements due to a specific medical condition or deficiency, you should consult a physician or qualified nutritionist to determine the appropriate dosage. An overdose of nickel can be toxic and lead to adverse symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, dizziness, headaches, rashes, and weakness. Silicon. What is silicon? Silicon is a mineral that is necessary for the body in small amounts. It is an important component of connective tissue, bones, cartilage, skin, hair, and nails, and contributes to the strength and elasticity of these tissues. Silicon is also important for the metabolism of calcium and other minerals and can help regulate blood sugar levels. Silicon is found in small amounts in many foods, including whole grains, nuts, seeds, beans, fruits, and vegetables, especially leafy greens. A balanced diet should normally provide sufficient silicon, so supplements are usually not necessary. However, there is some evidence that silicon supplements may be beneficial for certain conditions, such as osteoporosis, arthritis, and skin diseases. However, it is important to consult a physician or qualified nutritionist to determine the appropriate dosage and use, as an overdose of silicon can also be toxic. Typical symptoms of a silicon deficiency are premature hair loss, brittle nails, changes in the skin, increased wrinkling, dryness, increased cornification, itching, thickening and painful, slit-like cracks in the skin, immune system weakened, skin fungus. What is the dosage? Regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. An overdose can cause serious damage to the body. If the silicon content in the body is too high, you should urgently consult a doctor. Bricklayers, miners, and glass workers should have their silicon levels checked, as silicon is also absorbed through the air. There is no official recommended daily intake for silicon, as it is usually found in sufficient amounts in a balanced diet. The average daily intake of silicon from food is about 20-50 mg per day. However, if you need to take silicon supplements due to a specific medical condition or deficiency, you should consult a physician or qualified nutritionist to determine the appropriate dosage. An overdose of silicon can be toxic and lead to adverse symptoms such as fatigue, diarrhea, skin rashes, joint pain, and dizziness. Iodine. What is iodine? Iodine is an essential trace element required for the production of thyroid hormones in the body. Thyroid hormones are important for many bodily processes, including metabolism, body temperature regulation, and brain and nervous system development. Iodine is found primarily in seafood, seaweed, and iodized table salt. Other sources of iodine include dairy products and eggs. A balanced diet should normally provide sufficient iodine, so supplements are usually not necessary. An iodine deficiency can lead to hypothyroidism, which can cause a range of symptoms, such as fatigue, weight gain, sensitivity to cold, hair loss, and depression. In women, iodine deficiency can also lead to infertility and miscarriages. In some countries, iodine deficiency is still a serious health problem, particularly in regions with low seafood consumption and low iodine levels in the soil. In these cases, iodine supplements can be prescribed to correct the deficiency. Symptoms of iodine deficiency: lack of motivation, weight gain, difficulty concentrating, goiter, lethargy, fatigue, hypothyroidism, growth disorders, osteoporosis, weight gain, fatigue and lack of energy, swelling in the neck, flaky and dry skin, learning and memory difficulties, hair loss, heavy or irregular menstrual bleeding, problems during pregnancy. Tip: iodine is vital for the body and the development of the nervous system. Iodine regulates the cardiovascular system via the thyroid and its hormones. Dosage: regarding intake, it is essential to consult a doctor to discuss the necessity and dosage and to perform a blood test. An overdose can cause serious damage to the body. Which foods contain iodine? Plaice, cod, mackerel, algae, mussels, oysters, lobster, radish. Smoothie recipe: poppy seed, apricot burner, 2 carrots, 1 large apple, 120 milliliters mineral, long life, 3 dried apricots, chopped, 1 teaspoon poppy seeds, as needed, 1 teaspoon honey. Put everything together in the blender and then enjoy in a glass. Quick overview. Symptoms: Capital A. Degradation of bone tissue, calcium deficiency, weak immune system, copper deficiency, adrenaline release disturbed, magnesium deficiency, acne vitamin A, acne vitamin B6, acne vitamin C, acne, zinc deficiency, alcoholism B15, alcohol addiction at a normal level. The desire for alcohol decreases vitamin B15. Allergies vitamin B5. Allergies vitamin C. Age spots vitamin E. Alzheimer's vitamin B10. Alzheimer vitamin E. Anemia iron deficiency. Anemia. Copper deficiency. Anemia risk reducing vitamin B9. Anemia prevention molybdenum deficiency. Anemia vitamin B5. Susceptibility to bone fractures. Calcium deficiency. Angina pectoris vitamin B15. Anxiety. Chromium deficiency. Antioxidant. Important benefit manganese deficiency. Antioxidant vitamin B3. Lack of motivation iodine deficiency. Lack of motivation vitamin D. Lack of motivation iron deficiency. Lack of motivation vitamin B5. Loss of appetite and weight loss vitamin B9. Loss of appetite zinc deficiency. Loss of appetite vitamin B1. Arteriosclerosis vitamin B10. Arteriosclerosis vitamin B3. Arteriosclerosis. Chromium deficiency. Arteriosclerosis vitamin E. Arteriosclerosis. Zinc deficiency. Gums and teeth are sensitive phosphorus deficiency. Arthritis vitamin B3. Asthma. Provides relief with vitamin B15. Bronchial asthma vitamin B15. Asthma vitamin C. Breathing difficulties nickel deficiency. Breathing difficulties vitamin B9. Breathing difficulties molybdenum deficiency. Breathing difficulties and anemia. Vitamin B. A. Dark circles under the eyes iron deficiency. Drying of the eyes. Tear fluid is produced. Vitamin B6. Autism vitamin B15. Capital B. The body's alkaline and acid balance is disturbed. Sodium deficiency. Abdominal cramps, molybdenum deficiency. Impaired reflexes, vitamin E. For general pain, vitamin B9 has an analgesic effect. Dizziness. Magnesium deficiency. Dizziness. Molybdenum deficiency. Movement coordination is disturbed. Copper deficiency. Unsteady movement, manganese deficiency. Connective tissue loses, vitamin C. Connective tissue weak and sagging. Manganese deficiency. Blisters on the tongue. Zinc deficiency. Pale complexion, vitamin B12. Paleness of the face, vitamin B5. Pale and dry skin, iron deficiency. Pallor, vitamin B9. Anemia. Beware of iron deficiency. Phosphorus deficiency. Anemia, vitamin B12. Anemia with fatigue. Nickel deficiency. Increased blood pressure. Chromium deficiency. Drop in blood pressure. Sodium deficiency. Blood clot protection, vitamin C. Blood clotting. Problems with blood clotting. Calcium deficiency. Blood clotting problems. Phosphorus deficiency. Blood clotting disorders. Manganese deficiency. Blood clots. Dissolves existing ones. Vitamin E. High blood pressure. Too much salt. Chlorine deficiency. High blood pressure. Eat more bananas. Potassium deficiency. High blood pressure. Magnesium deficiency. Bleeding, vitamin C. Hypoglycemia. Potassium deficiency. Disturbed blood sugar balance. Sulfur deficiency. Blood sugar fluctuations. Chromium deficiency. Blood sugar disorders. Regulates blood sugar in conjunction with insulin. Chromium deficiency. Disturbed blood sugar utilization. Magnesium deficiency. Burning eyes, iron deficiency. Brittle bones. Copper deficiency. Brittle nails. Calcium deficiency. Brittle nails. Sulfur deficiency. Brittle nails. Silicon deficiency. Brittle nails. Dull and thin hair. Zinc deficiency. Brittle and cracked nails, iron deficiency. Breast cysts. May have other causes. Vitamin E. Capital C. Calcium is helpful in reducing the risk of colon cancer. Calcium deficiency. Carpal tunnel syndrome, vitamin B6. Cholesterol problems. Chromium deficiency. Chronic inflammation, vitamin B6. Chronic fatigue, vitamin B10. Ulcerative colitis, vitamin D. Capital D. Intestinal problems. Diarrhea. Vomiting. Vitamin B6. Intestinal parasites, vitamin B9. Intestinal obstruction. Severe intestinal problems. Potassium deficiency. The feeling of inner emptiness, vitamin D. Vitamin D promotes the absorption of calcium. Calcium deficiency. Your tongue burns, vitamin B12. Depression, vitamin B5. Depression. Low zinc levels make depression more severe. Zinc deficiency. Depression, vitamin B1. Depression, vitamin B10. Depression, vitamin D. Depression and irritability, vitamin B6. Depression. Lethargy, vitamin B7. Depression, vitamin B7. Depressive mood, vitamin B9. The whole body is more vital, vitamin B13. The muscle is overexerted too quickly, vitamin E. Dermatitis. Inflammatory skin changes. Vitamin B3. Diabetes mellitus, B15. Diabetes risk. Chromium deficiency. Double-sided tinnitus, vitamin B12. Gland function is limited. Linoleic acid. Omega-6 fatty acid. Dark circles under the eyes. Potassium deficiency. Circulatory disorders. In arms and legs. Vitamin E. Circulatory disorders in the brain, vitamin B15. Circulatory disorders, magnesium deficiency. Circulatory disorders, sulfur deficiency. Diarrhea, vitamin B9. Diarrhea, vitamin B9. Diarrhea, vitamin C. Diarrhea, molybdenum deficiency. Capital E. Cracked corners of the mouth, iron deficiency. Chapped corners of the mouth, vitamin B7. Limited mobility. Calcium deficiency. Iron deficiency. Nickel deficiency. Protein utilization in the muscles, vitamin B13. Eczema, vitamin B10. Eczema. Zinc deficiency. Eczema, vitamin B7. Energy is less. Phosphorus deficiency. Tightness in the throat. The so-called globus sensation, vitamin B12. Detoxification disturbed. Selenium deficiency. Detoxification problems. Sulfur deficiency. Developmental disorders in infants, vitamin B7. Inflamed and bleeding gums, vitamin C. Inflammatory reddened, smooth tongue, vitamin B9. Inflammation of the lips and mouth, vitamin B6. Inflammation and redness of the tongue and oral mucosa, vitamin B2. Inflammation of the skin, vitamin B10. Inflammation of the oral mucosa, vitamin B3. Inflammation of the mucous membranes. Intestinal mucosa, vitamin B9. Enzymes on the hands, vitamin B6. Vomiting. Sodium deficiency. Vomiting, vitamin B5. Elevated blood sugar levels. Zinc deficiency. Increased susceptibility to infections, iron deficiency. Increased susceptibility to caries. Fluoride deficiency. Increased body temperature. Magnesium deficiency. Increased nervousness, potassium deficiency. Increased irritability. Magnesium deficiency. Increased tendency to fall, vitamin B12. Increased risk of bone fractures. Fluoride deficiency. Colds, vitamin C. Retinal diseases. Retinopathy. Vitamin E. Diseases of the cardiovascular system, vitamin B9. Exhaustion, vitamin B15. Possible help with autism, vitamin B6. Capital F. Dull skin. Sulfur deficiency. Pale skin. Calcium deficiency. Dysfunction of muscles and nerves. Potassium deficiency. Dysfunction of muscles and nerves. Sodium deficiency. Fat and carbohydrate metabolism disturbed. Molybdenum deficiency. Fat and carbohydrate metabolism disturbed. Phosphorus deficiency. Fatty acid production disturbed. Manganese deficiency. Fat burning disturbed. Magnesium deficiency. Fingernails with white spots. Selenium deficiency. Fistulas in the intestine. Potassium deficiency. Shallow breathing. Chlorine deficiency. Fluorine storage is difficult. Molybdenum deficiency. Reproductive disorders. Manganese deficiency. Reduced reproductive drive. Selenium deficiency. Fertility problems. Copper deficiency. Kidney dysfunction. Chlorine deficiency. Capital G. Gallstones and kidney stones. Vitamin B6 reduces the risk of kidney stones. Vitamin B6. Gallbladder problems. Sulfur deficiency. Unsteady gait, vitamin B12. Reduced memory performance. Manganese deficiency. Memory problems, vitamin B12. Vascular malformation in the cornea of the eyes. Sandy sensation in the eye. B2. Inhibited bone and body growth. Fluoride deficiency. Brain and nerve function slightly impaired. Phosphorus deficiency. Promotes mental agility, vitamin B1. Mental and physical resilience decrease after vitamin B10. Mental slowing. retardation. Vitamin E, yellowish tinge in the eyes, vitamin B12, jaundice, vitamin B13, joint pain and body aches, vitamin C, joint pain, vitamin D, joint pain, sulfur deficiency, joint pain, vitamin C, irritability, chromium deficiency, loss of smell and taste, zinc deficiency, saturated fats are harder to burn, linoleic acid, omega-6 fatty acid, genital organs are more susceptible to infections, vitamin E, weakened immune system, vitamin A, weakened immune system, vitamin B7, swollen knees, vitamin C, tumors in the colon, colon adenoma, chlorine deficiency, mouth ulcers, zinc deficiency, tissue elasticity decreases, selenium deficiency, weight loss, vitamin B9, weight loss, chromium deficiency, weight loss, vitamin B1, weight gain, iodine deficiency, cataracts, sulfur deficiency, shingles, vitamin B1, shingles, vitamin E, capital H, hair loss, vitamin A, hair loss, vitamin D, hair loss, iodine deficiency, hair loss, selenium deficiency, hair loss and premature graying of hair, vitamin B10, hair loss, zinc deficiency, hair loss, vitamin B7, hair becomes thinning, linoleic acid, omega-6 fatty acid, hair, skin and nails, sulfur deficiency, hair loss, chlorine deficiency, sore throat, vitamin B2, urinary tract infections, vitamin C, frequent intestinal inflammation, vitamin B5, frequent throat and chest infections, vitamin A, frequent infections, vitamin D, skin diseases, vitamin B15, skin diseases, copper deficiency, skin pimples on the upper arms, vitamin A, skin fungi, silicon deficiency, skin fungi, zinc deficiency, skin changes in the nasal area, vitamin B6, herpes, aphthous ulcers, inflammation of the oral mucosa, zinc deficiency, herpes, vitamin B1, heart dysfunction, chlorine deficiency, heart attack, vitamin B13, heart attack and stroke trigger, prevents the adhesion of blood platelets, magnesium deficiency, heart attack risk is reduced, vitamin E, heart palpitations, iron deficiency, heart palpitations and rapid heartbeat, magnesium deficiency, cardiovascular failure, vitamin B1, supporting cardiac performance, vitamin B13, heart muscle with a covered vitamin B1 household, you have fewer heart and circulatory problems, vitamin B1, heart problems, linoleic acid, omega-6 fatty acid, cardiac arrhythmias, vitamin B12, heart failure, strengthens the heart, vitamin B9, heart failure, nickel deficiency, helps in the processing of X-rays, linoleic acid, omega-6 fatty acid, heat stroke and sunstroke, sodium deficiency, high blood pressure, antihypertensive, vitamin B3, high blood pressure, lowers blood pressure, vitamin C, high cholesterol, vitamin E, high fever, vitamin C, hormonal disorders such as Cushing's syndrome, potassium deficiency, capital I, immunodeficiency, vitamin B5, immunodeficiency, vitamin E, immune deficiency, manganese deficiency, immune deficiency, zinc deficiency, immune system not working properly, magnesium deficiency, immune system is very weak and attacked, vitamin D, immune system weakened by silicon deficiency, silicon deficiency, immune system iron deficiency, immune system weakness, sulfur deficiency, susceptibility to infection, manganese deficiency, susceptibility to infection, vitamin B6, susceptibility to infection, zinc deficiency, incontinence, possibly, potassium deficiency, insulin resistance, chromium deficiency, capital J, itching, pruritus, vitamin B2, itching, molybdenum deficiency, itching, silicon deficiency, keep young and vital with vitamin B13, capital K, potassium deficiency can cause impaired heart muscle function, cardiac arrhythmia, or ventricular fibrillation. Changes in the ECG may indicate a potassium deficiency. Potassium deficiency, cold feeling in hands or feet, iron deficiency, can reduce the risk of heart attack. Consider folic acid, vitamin B6, caries, molybdenum deficiency, bones and teeth become porous, calcium deficiency, bones, cartilage and teeth, vitamin A, reduced bone formation, magnesium deficiency, bone deformities, copper deficiency, bone decalcification or osteoporosis, calcium deficiency, bone diseases, rickets in children, vitamin D, bone softening in case of long-term deficiency, phosphorus deficiency, bone softening, calcium deficiency, bone pain, phosphorus deficiency, carbohydrate and fat metabolism disorder, chromium deficiency, collagen formation is reduced, vitamin C, concentration and memory are increased, vitamin B13, of concentration, nickel deficiency, of concentration, iodine deficiency, of concentration, magnesium deficiency, of concentration, zinc deficiency, difficulty concentrating, vitamin B9, difficulty concentrating, chromium deficiency, coordination disorders and a reduced response to sugar, glucose, in the blood, chromium deficiency, headaches, vitamin B10, headaches, iron deficiency, headaches, potassium deficiency, headaches, sodium deficiency, headaches, vitamin B5, body persistence changes in certain places, vitamin C, cramps in the extremities, vitamin B6, disease pellagra, vitamin B3, susceptibility to disease, magnesium deficiency, cancer, vitamin B15, cancer prevention, manganese deficiency, cancer prevention, vitamin E, circulatory problems, vitamin E, circulatory problems, potassium deficiency, tingling in the tongue, burning tongue, vitamin B9, tingling and loss of feeling in hands and feet, copper deficiency, goiter, iodine deficiency, shortness of breath, especially during exertion, iron deficiency, capital L, paralysis or tingling in the limbs, potassium deficiency, slower healing of mucosal wounds and injuries, vitamin B9, slower regeneration, sulfur deficiency, liver function problems. Chlorine helps to rid the liver of harmful substances. Chlorine deficiency, liver failure, vitamin B13, liver strengthening, vitamin B13, slightly depressed, copper deficiency, performance is greatly reduced, vitamin B5, competitive sports, vitamin B15, learning and memory difficulties, iodine deficiency, learning disabilities, chromium deficiency, lethargy, iodine deficiency, loss of libido, iron deficiency, photosensitivity, vitamin B2, photosensitivity, vitamin B6, capital M, stomach and intestinal ulcers, vitamin K, gastrointestinal inflammation, diarrhea, vomiting, loss of appetite, vitamin B3, deficiency of antibodies and red blood cell formation vitamin B6, migraine vitamin B3, migraine magnesium deficiency, midday lull vitamin B1, Crohn's disease vitamin D, mosquitoes bite you more than others vitamin B1, fatigue, vitamin D, fatigue vitamin B10, fatigue vitamin C, fatigue, chromium deficiency, fatigue iron deficiency, fatigue, iodine deficiency, fatigue, nickel deficiency, tiredness and fatigue, potassium deficiency, fatigue and headaches vitamin B1, fatigue and weakness, iodine deficiency, fatigue, zinc deficiency, fatigue, lack of energy, increased need for sleep, magnesium deficiency, fatigue, lack of concentration, loss of performance vitamin A, fatigue vitamin B6, fatigue vitamin B5, multiple sclerosis vitamin D, oral ulcers vitamin B3, dry mouth vitamin B6, angular cheilitis, inflammation in the corners of the mouth, vitamin B6, muscle and joint pain vitamin C, muscle building disturbed, chromium deficiency, muscle function and central nervous system weakened, manganese deficiency, muscle dysfunction, manganese deficiency, muscle contraction vitamin B5, eyelid muscle cramps, magnesium deficiency, muscle cramps, calcium deficiency, muscle cramps, chlorine deficiency, muscle cramps, potassium deficiency, muscle cramps in chewing muscles magnesium deficiency, calf muscle cramps, magnesium deficiency, muscles and nerves affected, sodium deficiency, muscle pain vitamin D, muscle pain, sodium deficiency, muscle pain vitamin B1, muscle pain vitamin B7, muscle weakness, copper deficiency, muscle weakness, chromium deficiency, muscle weakness, potassium deficiency, muscle weakness, phosphorus deficiency, muscle weakness and paralysis vitamin B1, muscle weakness vitamin E, muscle wasting vitamin E, muscle twitches vitamin B6, capital N, very sleepy in the afternoon vitamin B1, night blindness, molybdenum deficiency, nosebleeds vitamin K, nerve damage, copper deficiency, nervous disorders, magnesium deficiency, nervousness chromium deficiency, niacin utilization disturbed, phosphorus deficiency, depression sulfur deficiency, low blood pressure, chlorine deficiency, kidney function problems, phosphorus deficiency, kidney stones, molybdenum deficiency, capital O, edema, potassium deficiency, edema, copper deficiency, edema vitamin C, frequent stomach cramps vitamin B5, osteomalacia in adults vitamin D, osteoporosis, calcium deficiency, osteoporosis vitamin D, osteoporosis, fluoride deficiency, osteoporosis, iodine deficiency, capital P, periodontitis, phosphorus deficiency, PMS, premenstrual syndrome, magnesium deficiency, potency problems vitamin E, erectile dysfunction, selenium deficiency, erectile dysfunction, zinc deficiency, problems with bone formation manganese deficiency, vision problems vitamin A, problems with fat metabolism vitamin B3, problems with the adrenal gland and its hormone production vitamin B5, kidney problems, nickel deficiency, problems with the mucous membranes vitamin A, problems with cellular respiration vitamin B3, Problems with muscle and nerve impulses. Calcium deficiency. Problems during pregnancy. Iodine deficiency. Red blood cell production. Vitamin B9. Psoriasis. Zinc deficiency. Mental health problems such as anxiety. Vitamin B1. Psychoses. B12. Capital R. Rickets. Calcium deficiency. Rickets. Phosphorus deficiency. Smokers need more vitamin C. Reduces cancer risk and disease. Vitamin B9. Reduced sensitivity. Vitamin E. Menstrual problems. Protein synthesis. Vitamin B6. Motion sickness. Vitamin B1. Irritable. Copper deficiency. Irritability. Vitamin B1. Irritability. Vitamin B10. Irritability. Vitamin B9. Rheumatism. Vitamin E. Rheumatoid arthritis. Vitamin D. Cracks at the corner of the mouth. Vitamin B2. Red spots on the skin, also known as blood fungus. Vitamin C. Redness and swelling in the throat and mouth. Vitamin B2. Capital S. Oxygen uptake is inhibited. Vitamin E. Oxygen transport in the cells. Vitamin B15. Oxygen supply to the brain disturbed. Sulfur deficiency. Thyroid hormone. Manganese deficiency. Hypothyroidism. Iodine deficiency. Schizophrenia used as a sedative. Vitamin B3. Loose connective tissue. Sulfur deficiency. Insomnia. Vitamin B5. Sleep disorders. Difficulty falling asleep. Magnesium and calcium deficiency. Sleep disorders. Vitamin B1. Stroke. May have other causes. Vitamin E. Poor antibody production. Vitamin B5. Poor blood sugar levels. Vitamin D. Poor wound healing. Vitamin B10. Poor wound healing. Vitamin D. Poor wound healing. Zinc deficiency. Poorer vision when the optic nerves change. Vitamin B12. Mucosal bleeding. Vitamin K. Pain or numbness in extremities. Vitamin B3. Sore eyes. Iron deficiency. Scaly skin rashes on the face. Vitamin B6. Flaky skin. Zinc deficiency. Flaky skin. Vitamin B3. Flaky and pale skin. Selenium deficiency. Flaky and dry skin. Iodine deficiency. Scaly rash in the genital area. Vitamin B7. Scaly. Red rash. Vitamin B7. Protects the body from harmful substances. Vitamin B15. Weakness and lack of motivation. Vitamin B7. Feeling of weakness. Combined with fatigue and reduced performance. Iron deficiency. Weakness. Potassium deficiency. Unsteady gait. Vitamin B5. Black stool may be due to stomach or intestinal bleeding. Doctor. Vitamin K. Swelling in the neck. Iodine deficiency. Swelling. Molybdenum deficiency. Severe depression and suicidal thoughts. Vitamin D. Melancholy used for depression. Zinc deficiency. Dizziness. Vitamin A. Dizziness. Calcium deficiency. Dizziness. Iron deficiency. Dizziness. Magnesium deficiency. Dizziness and visual disturbances. Potassium deficiency. Very pale face. Vitamin B10. Visual disturbances. Iron deficiency. Strange feeling in the calves and feet. Tingling. Vitamin B12. Lowers cholesterol and triglyceride levels. Vitamin B3. Lowers cholesterol levels. Vitamin C. Reduces heart attack and stroke risk. Selenium deficiency. Skeletal. Bone pain. Vitamin D. Brittle hair. Sulfur deficiency. Severe bleeding from injuries. Vitamin K. Heavy or irregular menstrual bleeding. Iodine deficiency. Heavy tearing in the eyes. Vitamin B2. Mood swings. Iron deficiency. Mood swings. Molybdenum deficiency. Metabolic problems. Sulfur deficiency. Metabolic disorders, zinc deficiency. Liver disorder, selenium deficiency. Disorder in the nervous system, for example tingling skin or gait disturbances. Vitamin B1. Disorders in amino acid metabolism. Chromium deficiency. Disorders of carbohydrate metabolism. Vitamin B1. Disturbances in the acid-base balance. Chlorine deficiency. Stress cannot be coped with. Magnesium deficiency. Capital T. Tachycardia. Accelerated heartbeat. Chlorine deficiency. Numbness and tingling of the extremities. Vitamin B7. Numbness in hands and feet. Magnesium deficiency. Therapy approach for Parkinson's discovered. Vitamin B3 helps. Vitamin B3. Tinnitus. Vitamin B15. Dry eyes. Thickened. Dry conjunctiva. Vitamin A. Dry eyes and mucous membranes. Zinc deficiency. Dry skin. Vitamin A. Dry skin. Vitamin B12. Capital U. Nausea. Vitamin A. Nausea. Molybdenum deficiency. Nausea. Sodium deficiency. Nausea and loss of appetite. Potassium deficiency. Nausea. Vitamin B1. Nausea. Vitamin B7. Nausea. Vitamin B9. Undefined complaints. Nickel deficiency. Infertility in women. Vitamin B6. Infertility. Zinc deficiency. Irregular heartbeat. Phosphorus deficiency. Restlessness. Magnesium deficiency. Restlessness. Nickel deficiency. Uncertainty and dizziness. Vitamin B12. Uncertainty and dizziness. Fluoride deficiency. Abdominal discomfort. Vitamin B12. Hypoglycemia. Vitamin B5. Involuntary weight gain. Linoleic acid. Omega-6 fatty acid. Involuntary tremors. Tremor. Vitamin E. Capital V. Changes in the skin. Increased wrinkles. Dryness. Increased horn formation. Silicon deficiency. Improves and prolongs the lifespan of cells. Vitamin B15. Digestion. Manganese deficiency. Digestion of carbohydrates difficult. Sodium deficiency. Indigestion. Nickel deficiency. Thickening and painful. Slit-like cracks in the skin. Silicon deficiency. Hornification of the mucous membranes in the respiratory, digestive and urinary tracts. Vitamin A. Slowing down the aging process. Selenium deficiency. Increased sweating. Nickel deficiency. Increased urine excretion. Potassium deficiency. Increased urination. Chromium deficiency. Reduced ability to form collagen. Vitamin C. Reduced fertility. Manganese deficiency. Reduced carbohydrate utilization. Vitamin B1. Reduced performance. Zinc deficiency. Reduced libido. Irregular menstrual bleeding. Zinc deficiency. Reduced oxygen supply to the brain. Vitamin B3. Reduced performance. Nickel deficiency. Reduced sense of smell and olfactory disorders. Vitamin A. Reduction of sex drive. Vitamin B3. Reduced fertility. Vitamin D. Deterioration of vision. Vitamin B2. Increased hypothyroidism. Selenium deficiency. Constipation. Vitamin B12. Constipation. Potassium deficiency. Confused. Copper deficiency. Confusion. Sodium deficiency. Confusion. Vitamin. Delayed wound healing. Vitamin C. Loss of vitality. Selenium deficiency. Premature wrinkles. Vitamin B10. Premature wrinkles. Iron deficiency. Premature hair loss. Silicon deficiency. Capital W. Growth and development disorders in children and adolescents. Zinc deficiency. Growth problems. Chromium helps with growth. Chromium deficiency. Growth disorders. Chlorine deficiency. Growth disorders vitamin A. Growth disorders vitamin B1. Growth disorders. Iodine deficiency. Growth disorders vitamin B6. Calf cramps vitamin B1. Calf pain vitamin C. Water shift into the cell interior. Sodium deficiency. Menopausal symptoms vitamin B6. Menopausal symptoms. Selenium deficiency. White spots on the nails. Zinc deficiency. Copper is important for the production of red blood cells. Copper deficiency. Rebuilding or maintaining the intestinal flora vitamin B13. Capital Z. Tooth loss. Chlorine deficiency. Teeth can rot and fall out vitamin D. Bleeding gums after brushing teeth vitamin C. Swollen gums vitamin C. Cell and general metabolic weakness. Calcium deficiency. Cell aging vitamin E. Cell structure and renewal are disturbed. Phosphorus deficiency. Cell damage. Selenium deficiency. Tremors all over the body. Potassium deficiency. Tremors. Magnesium deficiency. Too rapid age-related degradation of the body. Vitamin B3. Tongue surface or color very changed. Furry vitamin B12. Duodenal ulcers vitamin B5. Symptoms. Vitamins. Capital A. Acne vitamin A. Acne vitamin B6. Acne vitamin C. Alcoholism vitamin B15. Alcohol addiction at a normal level. The desire for alcohol decreases vitamin B15. Allergies vitamin B5. Allergies vitamin C. Age spots vitamin E. Alzheimer's vitamin B10. Alzheimer's vitamin E. Anemia risk reducing vitamin B9. Anemia vitamin B5. Angina pectoris vitamin B15. Antioxidant vitamin B3. Lack of motivation vitamin D. Lack of motivation vitamin B5. Loss of appetite and weight loss vitamin B9. Loss of appetite vitamin B1. Arteriosclerosis vitamin B10. Arteriosclerosis vitamin B3. Arteriosclerosis vitamin E. Arthritis vitamin B3. Asthma. Provides relief with vitamin B15. Bronchial asthma vitamin B15. Asthma vitamin C. Respiratory problems vitamin B9. Breathing difficulties and anemia vitamin A. Drying of the eyes. Tear fluid is produced. Vitamin B6. Autism vitamin B15. Capital B. Impaired reflexes vitamin E. For general pain. Vitamin B9 has an analgesic effect. Connective tissue loses vitamin C. Pale complexion vitamin B12. Paleness of the face vitamin B5. Pallor vitamin B9. Anemia vitamin B12. Blood clot protection vitamin C. Blood clots. Dissolves existing ones. Vitamin E. Bleeding vitamin C. Breast cysts. May have other causes. Vitamin E. Capital C. Carpal tunnel syndrome vitamin B6. Carpal tunnel syndrome vitamin B6. Chronic inflammation vitamin B6. Chronic fatigue vitamin B10. Ulcerative colitis vitamin D. Capital D. Intestinal problems. Diarrhea. Vomiting. Vitamin B6. Intestinal parasites vitamin B9. The feeling of inner emptiness vitamin D. Your tongue burns vitamin B12. Depression vitamin B5. Depression vitamin B1. Depression vitamin B10. Depression vitamin D. Depression and irritability vitamin B6. Depression. Lethargy vitamin B7. Depression vitamin B7. Depressive mood vitamin B9. The whole body is more vital vitamin B13. The muscle is overexerted too quickly. Vitamin E. Dermatitis. Inflammatory skin changes. Vitamin B3. Diabetes mellitus. Vitamin B15. Double-sided tinnitus. Vitamin B12. Gland function is limited. Vitamin. Linoleic acid. Omega-6 fatty acid. Circulatory disorders. In arms and legs. Vitamin E. Circulatory disorders in the brain. Vitamin B15. Diarrhea. Vitamin B9. Diarrhea. Vitamin C. Capital E. Chapped corners of the mouth. Vitamin B7. Protein utilization in the muscles. Vitamin B13. Eczema. Vitamin B10. Eczema. Vitamin B7. Tightness in the throat. The so-called globus sensation. Vitamin B12. Developmental disorders in infants. Vitamin B7. Inflamed and bleeding gums. Vitamin C. Inflammatory reddened. Smooth tongue. Vitamin B9. Inflammation of the lips and mouth. Vitamin B6. Inflammation and redness of the tongue and oral mucosa. Vitamin B2. Inflammation of the skin. Vitamin B10. Inflammation of the oral mucosa. Vitamin B3. Inflammation of the mucous membranes, especially intestinal mucosa. Vitamin B9. Enzymes on the hands. Vitamin B6. Vomiting. Vitamin B5. Increased tendency to fall. Vitamin B12. Colds. Vitamin C. Retinal diseases. Retinopathy. Vitamin E. Diseases of the cardiovascular system. Vitamin B9. Exhaustion. Vitamin B15. Possible help with autism. Vitamin B6. Capital G. Gallstones and kidney stones. Reduces kidney stone risk. Vitamin B6. Unsteady gait. Vitamin B12. Memory problems. Vitamin B12. Vascular malformation in the cornea of the eyes. Sandy sensation in the eye. B2. Promotes mental agility. Vitamin B1. Mental and physical resilience decrease after. Vitamin B10. Mental slowing. Retardation. Vitamin E. Yellowish tinge in the eyes. Vitamin B12. Jaundice. Vitamin B13. Joint pain and body aches. Vitamin C. Joint pain. Vitamin D. Joint pain. Vitamin C. Saturated fats are harder to burn. Linoleic acid. Omega-6 fatty acid. Genital organs are more susceptible to infections. Vitamin E. Weakened immune system. Vitamin A. Weakened immune system. Vitamin B7. Swollen knees. Vitamin C. Weight loss. Vitamin B9. Weight loss. Vitamin B1. Shingles. Vitamin B1. Shingles. Vitamin E. Capital H. Hair loss. Vitamin A. Hair loss. Vitamin D. Hair loss and premature graying of hair. Vitamin B10. Hair loss. Vitamin B7. Hair becomes thinning. Linoleic acid. Omega-6 fatty acid. Sore throat. Vitamin B2. Urinary tract infections. Vitamin C. Frequent intestinal inflammation. Vitamin B5. Frequent throat and chest infections. Vitamin A. Frequent infections. Vitamin D. Skin diseases. Vitamin B15. Skin pimples on the upper arms. Vitamin A. Skin changes in the nasal area. Vitamin B6. Herpes. Vitamin B1. Heart attack. Vitamin B13. Heart attack risk is reduced. Vitamin E. Cardiovascular failure. Vitamin B1. Vitamin B13 supports cardiac performance. Heart muscle with a covered vitamin B1 household. You have fewer heart and circulatory problems. Vitamin B1. Heart problems. Linoleic acid. Omega-6 fatty acid. Cardiac arrhythmias. Vitamin B12. Heart failure. Strengthens the heart. Vitamin B9. Helps in the processing of X-rays. Linoleic acid. Omega-6 fatty acid. High blood pressure. Antihypertensive. vitamin B3. High blood pressure, lowers blood pressure. Vitamin C. High cholesterol, vitamin E. High fever, vitamin C. Capital I. Immune deficiency, vitamin B5. Immune deficiency, vitamin E. Immune system is very weak and attacked. Vitamin D. Susceptibility to infection, vitamin B6. Capital J. Itching. Pruritus. Vitamin B2. Keep young and vital with vitamin B13. Capital K. Can reduce the risk of heart attack. Consider folic acid. Vitamin B6. Bones. Cartilage and teeth, vitamin A. Bone diseases. Rickets in children, vitamin D. Collagen formation is reduced, vitamin C. Concentration and memory are increased, vitamin B13. Difficulty concentrating, vitamin B9. Headaches, vitamin B10. Headaches, vitamin B5. Body endurance changes. In certain places, vitamin C. Cramps in the extremities. Vitamin B6. Disease pellagra, vitamin B3. Cancer, vitamin B15. Cancer prevention, vitamin E. Circulatory problems, vitamin E. Tingling in the tongue. Burning tongue, vitamin B9. Capital L. Slower healing of mucosal wounds and injuries, vitamin B9. Liver failure, vitamin B13. Liver strengthening, vitamin B13. Performance is greatly reduced, vitamin B5. Competitive sports, vitamin B15. Photosensitivity, vitamin B2. Photosensitivity, vitamin B6. Capital M. Stomach and intestinal ulcers, vitamin K. Gastrointestinal inflammation. Diarrhea. Vomiting. Loss of appetite, vitamin B3. Lack of antibodies and red blood cell formation, vitamin B6. Migraine, vitamin B3. Midday slump, vitamin B1. Crohn's disease, vitamin D. Mosquitoes bite you more than others, vitamin B1. Fatigue. Fatigued, vitamin D. Fatigued, vitamin B10. Fatigued, vitamin C. Fatigue and headaches, vitamin B1. Fatigue. Lack of concentration. Loss of performance, vitamin A. Fatigued, vitamin B6. Fatigued, vitamin B5. Multiple sclerosis, vitamin D. Oral ulcers, vitamin B3. Dry mouth, vitamin B6. Angular cheilitis. Inflammation in the corners of the mouth. Vitamin B6. Muscle and joint pain, vitamin C. Muscle contraction, vitamin B5. Muscle pain, vitamin D. Muscle pain, vitamin B1. Muscle pain, vitamin B7. Muscle weakness and muscle paralysis, vitamin B1. Muscle weakness, vitamin E. Muscle wasting, vitamin E. Muscle twitches, vitamin B6. Capital N. Very sleepy in the afternoon, vitamin B1. Nosebleeds, vitamin K. Capital O. Edema, vitamin C. Frequent stomach cramps, vitamin B5. Osteomalacia in adults, vitamin D. Osteoporosis, vitamin D. Capital P. Potency problem, vitamin E. Vision problems, vitamin A. Problems with fat metabolism, vitamin B3. Problems with the adrenal glands and their hormone production, vitamin B5. Problems with the mucous membranes, vitamin A. Problems with cellular respiration, vitamin B3. Red blood cell production, vitamin B9. Mental problems, for example anxiety, vitamin B1. Psychoses, vitamin B12. Capital R. Smokers need more vitamin C. Vitamin C reduces cancer risk and disease, vitamin B9. Reduced sensitivity, vitamin E. Menstrual problems, protein synthesis, vitamin B6. Motion sickness, vitamin B1. Irritability, vitamin B1. Irritability, vitamin B10. irritability vitamin B9, rheumatism vitamin E, rheumatoid arthritis vitamin D, cracks at the corner of the mouth vitamin B2, red spots on the skin, also known as blood fungus vitamin C, redness and swelling in the throat and mouth vitamin B2, capital S. Oxygen uptake is inhibited vitamin E, oxygen transport in the cells vitamin B15, schizophrenia used as a sedative vitamin B3, insomnia vitamin B5, sleep disorders vitamin B1, stroke, may have other causes, vitamin E, poor antibody production vitamin B5, poor blood sugar levels vitamin D, poor wound healing vitamin B10, poor wound healing vitamin D, poorer vision when the optic nerves change, vitamin B12, mucosal bleeding vitamin K, pain or numbness in extremities vitamin B3, scaly skin rashes on the face vitamin B6, flaky skin vitamin B3, scaly rash in the genital area vitamin B7, scaly red rash vitamin B7, protects the body from harmful substances vitamin B15, weakness and lack of motivation vitamin B7, unsteady gait vitamin B5, black stool, can also be from stomach or intestinal bleeding, doctor, vitamin K, severe depression and suicidal thoughts vitamin D, dizziness vitamin A, very pale face vitamin B10, strange feeling in the calves and feet, tingling vitamin B12, lowers cholesterol vitamin B3, lowers triglyceride levels vitamin B3, lowers cholesterol levels vitamin C, skeleton, bone pain vitamin D, severe bleeding from injuries vitamin K, heavy tearing in the eyes vitamin B2, disorder in the nervous system, for example tingling skin or gait disturbances, vitamin B1, disorders of carbohydrate metabolism vitamin B1, capital T, numbness and tingling of the extremities vitamin B7, therapy approach for Parkinson's discovered with vitamin B3 deficiency in connection with vitamin B3, tinnitus vitamin B15, dry eyes, thickened, dry conjunctiva, vitamin A, dry skin vitamin A, dry skin vitamin B12, capital U, nausea vitamin A, nausea vitamin B1, nausea vitamin B7, nausea vitamin B9, infertility in women vitamin B6, uncertainty and dizziness vitamin B12, abdominal discomfort vitamin B12, hypoglycemia vitamin B5, involuntary weight gain, linoleic acid, omega-6 fatty acid, involuntary tremors, tremor, vitamin E, capital V, improves and prolongs the lifespan of cells vitamin B15, hornification of the mucous membranes in the respiratory, digestive and urinary tracts vitamin A, reduced ability to form collagen vitamin C, reduced carbohydrate utilization vitamin B1, reduced oxygen supply to the brain vitamin B3, reduced sense of smell and olfactory disorders vitamin A, reduction of sex drive vitamin B3, reduced fertility vitamin D, deterioration of vision vitamin B2, constipation vitamin B12, delayed wound healing vitamin C, premature wrinkles vitamin B10, capital W, growth disorders vitamin A, growth disorders vitamin B1, growth disorders vitamin B6, calf cramps vitamin B1, calf pain vitamin C, menopausal symptoms vitamin B6, rebuilding or maintaining the intestinal flora vitamin B13, capital Z, teeth can rot and fall out vitamin D, bleeding gums after brushing teeth vitamin C, swollen gums vitamin C, cell aging vitamin E, too rapid age-related degradation of the body vitamin B3, tongue surface or color very changed, furry vitamin B12, duodenal ulcers vitamin B5. Disclaimer: the information provided in this book is for informational purposes only and is not intended as a substitute for professional medical advice or treatment. The author and publishers of this book assume no liability for any damages or losses resulting from the use of the information presented in this book. The information contained in this book is based on the current state of medical knowledge at the time of publication and is subject to change due to new findings or developments. It is recommended that you consult a qualified physician or medical professional before using any therapies, treatments, or lifestyle changes mentioned in this book to ensure they are appropriate for your individual situation. The author and publishers of this book assume no responsibility for the accuracy, completeness, or timeliness of the information provided in this book. Any decisions made based on the information presented in this book are the sole responsibility of the reader. The use of any products, techniques, or advice mentioned in this book is at your own risk. It is recommended that you consult a qualified physician or medical professional before using any new products or therapies to discuss potential risks or side effects. By purchasing and using this book, readers agree that neither the author nor the publishers can be held liable for any direct or indirect damages or losses resulting from the application of the information presented in this book. By purchasing and using this book, readers acknowledge that they have read and agree to the above disclaimers. Rights and ownership notice. This audiobook is published and distributed by Testbericht LLC. All copyrights, publishing rights, distribution rights, audio rights, and related intellectual property rights for this work have been lawfully and exclusively acquired by Testbericht LLC. Testbericht LLC is the sole and unrestricted rights holder of this audiobook, including the right to reproduce, distribute, publish, monetize, and publicly perform the content on digital platforms such as YouTube. The original manuscript files, source documents, and contractual acquisition records serve as proof of lawful ownership. The original author and/or their authorized representative, Renovatio LLC, has transferred all relevant rights to Testbericht LLC in accordance with applicable copyright and publishing law. This ownership applies to all current and future uses of this work, including audio, video, and digital publications. Effective date of rights ownership: the 1st of February 2026. Any unauthorized use, reproduction, re-upload, redistribution, or claiming of this content is strictly prohibited. Copyright Testbericht LLC. All rights reserved.